From stone-carved halls where echoes sleep, a grudge awakes from promises we keep. The forges roar, a dragon's breath, a final count, a debt of death. The axe is sharp and gleaming bright, to claim the darkness, steal the light.
Is they coming, or going, or what?
A mighty oath for a mountain king. Dowie, hear the rumble, the thunders beat. Dowie, feel the iron beneath our feet. Our beards are braided, our vows are sworn, to stand as one till the final morn. A song of war for the sky and stone, a bloody debt to claim our own. Stones tremble, the runes ignite, a grim resolve in the lantern's light. No fear we know, no turning back, just clashing steel on a bloodstained track. For ancestors watching, for kin who fell, we march to break the grip of hell. Through twisted tunnels and open lands, with hardened hearts and calloused hands. Dowie, hear the rumble, the thunders beat. Dowie, feel the iron beneath our feet. Our beards are braided, our vows are sworn, to stand as one till the final morn. A song of war for the sky and stone, a bloody debt to claim our own. They think us slow, they think us sold, a fading whisper, a story told, but a grudge bearer's memory, sharp and cold, is a mountain's anger more precious than gold. So lift your hammers and raise your shield for the fallen brothers in barren fields. So march we on beneath the sky, with a roar that shakes the mountain high, for the ancestors, for the king. For the grudge, let the hammers sing.
Under the mountain, the anvil sing. Echoes of hammers, the memories cling. Shadows of brothers in stone halls rest, their names like fire burned in our chest.
Raise the chant, let it soar, let it cry, for the brothers who fell, for the ones who won't die, in the stone, in the steel, in the heart of the flame. We remember their faces, we call out their names.
Gold runs deep, but blood runs truer.
No crown, no coin can shine much bluer.
In the halls of the lost, where the silence hums,
We stand as one till the mountain comes. Raise the chant, let it soar, let it cry, for the brothers who fell, for the ones who won't die, in the stone, in the steel, in the heart of the flame. We remember their faces, we call out their names.
oh iron, oh stone, oh forge that binds, keep their courage within our minds. Through the fire, through the frost, through the endless fight,
Their spirits walk with us in the endless night. Raise the chant, let it soar, let it cry, From the Iron of Catacnon to the halls of Toughburst Might, we bring the Black Powder's fury to make the darkness bright. My spanner's in my hand, my goggles on my head. I've got a gun for a ratman and a bomb for a greenskin dread. I'm no beard axe wielder, no shield will hold a grand. I'm the engineer, the maker of mayhem in the land. Bang, boom, blast, the turret's set, the gyro whirls on high. Bang, boom, blast, no foe yet met, who can escape when I'm nigh? My gadgets buzz, my grenades fly, a rain of fire and lead. I fight for king and hold and gold until my foes are dead. The rifles crack a thunder, a shot that finds its mark. I love a flashbang in the dark to blind the foe and spark. A chain of fiery vengeance, a mind to trip and spring. I'll lay the wire and trip the foe, a deadly song I sing. They call me clever, call me mad, but they don't see the art. The perfect clockwork of the kill, a masterpiece of heart. Bang, boom, blast, the turret's set, the gyro whirls on high. Bang, boom, blast, no foe yet met, who can escape when I'm nigh? My gadgets buzz, my grenades fly, a rain of fire and lead. I fight for king and hold and gold until my foes are dead.
Hello everybody. Good evening, or good morning, or good night, depending where you guys are from. Well, I did promise yesterday we're gonna do some Warhammer 40k, but they just won't let me do it. They had to bring out the patch notes for the ranged update here on Warhammer Online Return of Reckoning. Something most of us have been wanting to see what's up with that for a very long time. So let's start and let's have a little look on the patch notes. It's a lot. Haven't read them myself, as I promised, so my reactions and ideas will all be original and authentic. I haven't read them. Just a fair warning, this I'm just going to scroll down. This is a very long thing to read, and as you can see, I've zoomed it in quite a bit because you now have the eye surgery and kind of like recovering from it, so it might go a little bit slower than usual. Nevertheless, we have a lot of things to go through, and I would love to start with something positive, but I can't. I'm a grumpy old dwarf. I'm sorry, but I can't. They are forcing me. I'm not doing it. And the thing that I wanted to say is that it's not very positive, but it's a minor little thing, which I want to believe that we're going to be able to fix very, very, very soon. Is the fact that the patch notes start with highlights and then public test server, which is not online yet. Once again, they have released the patch notes sooner, right? So people can read them before they jump into the test server and whatever. but the test server is still not on, and that's a bit of a problem. Personally, we've been waiting for, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 months to read this patch notes. I wouldn't say that they could have made sure the server was up and only needed a flick of a switch to go online. And I'm gonna turn this music off because it's pissing me off not buffering properly. I gotta figure out what's up with it. Anyways, so that's the bad news. Now let's go and see the patch notes and see if these patch notes are if they are as good or bad, or, you know, people were saying it's going to be brilliant. So we're going to have to go and have a little look about that. Okay. Right, so this is a PTS patch. What does that mean for those that don't know what that means? That means that these patch notes that we are about to read are not 100% the ones that are going to go on the live version of this. The idea is that, you know, we're going to read the patch notes, we're going to go on the test server, the PTS server, and we're going to play with them, and then we're going to give feedback, some of us. And if something, you know, is not working properly, or we don't like it, or, you know, whatever the feedback is, there might be changes to these patch notes. 99.9% is going to be that when it comes to live. Okay, so priority testing needed is on ranged DPS, career balances changes, Shork, Bright Wizard, Magus, Engineer, Squig, Herder, Shadow Warrior. Please get into the RVRN scenarios on these classes and report back on how the changes feel. Talabec Dam, this scenario has been completely reworked from a bomb carry into an escort scenario with a brand new mechanic. We need groups to run this and report any bugs, exploits, or balance issues. So I'm assuming this is going to be one of those something in the middle. You have to stay within range, and the longer you stay in range, it moves forward and it reaches a destination. We've seen this in Overwatch, on Final Fantasy XIV, and other games have this kind of things. That's what I am assuming by escort. So we'll have a look when and if the server is up. Also, there's no indication here at this point, unless I've missed it, because I'm reading this with one eye, how long the PTS server is going to be online. Do we have a day? Do we have 3 days? Do we have a week to test this before it goes live? I don't know. We'll see if there's some information further down. Also, when you get onto the test server, okay, you'd select the template for a new character to help you start a fully geared level 40 character. Right, RR, so 80 Sovereign. That's what you gotta do to get a fully leveled. In your inventory, you find lots of crests and gems and talismans and stuff like that to make the character to start testing. Right, so combat and careers. Introduction. Today we're happy to announce, we'll see about that, the final major installment in the line of archetypes, focus, balance phases that have been rolled out over the last couple of years. Following our previous patches aimed at tanks, healers and melee DPS, our sights have now been set on the ranged DPS careers. For each class, we first give you some of the highlights, followed by the full list of changes. Under some abilities, you will find more detailed comments from the balance team. Damage formula. In the patch notes, you will often see damage being displayed in the form of 150 plus 1 times DB plus 0.75 W DPS. The first number in this case, 150, is the base damage of the ability. I'd like to make a comment here. The higher the base damage is, the more powerful the ability is, and I want to see how that has changed, because if you are one of those like mini-maxing people and you spend a lot of time, you go to the ability viewer and you go and find all your skills that have that, and you make a rotation with that, you maximize your DPS, like the ones that have the base damage very high, and you leave the other ones as a filler for later, like if you really want to do that. I haven't done it, but some of you might have the time to do this. This base damage scales with the ability level, which is assumed to be ability level 40. The second number of the damage is damage bonus, DB, multiplier, in this case 1. So if your character has 175 damage bonus, then 175 times 1 is 175 damage to be added to the ability. And the third number is the weapon DPS. and little number that you see on your weapon, 57, 56, that kind of thing. So that's how the numbers work. So in this example, I have 150 plus 175 plus 60, 385 damage. That is a damage output. It's nice to know these things so you can understand why you have low damage, why you have high damage. Hi Bomling, good afternoon. I'm happy you're here because there's a bright wizard and probably I'm gonna have to pick your brains a little bit on this. Alright, so general balance changes. Sleight of hand, rework to reduce all of your cooldowns by 2 seconds. Close quarters. Now additionally reduces your chance to be set back while casting by 50%. And now affects abilities that do not have a target requirement. That one, and I caught this one, Expert Skirmisher, they're pretty much the same. One is for the Shadow Warrior, one is for the Engineer. I'm sorry, I don't know which classes on Destra get these names, but the tactics are the same. These are the tactics that allow you to cast 50% faster when you have a target below 45 feet. So now it also reduces pushback on casting. Siphon power reworked to 100 feet range instant. You drain power from your target, dealing 1800 damage over 15 seconds and reducing their willpower by 150 while increasing your intelligence by 150 over 15. Expert Skirmisher now additionally reduces your chances to be set back while casting 50% and now affects abilities do not have a target requirement. Okay, let me just screw the music, it's pissing me off. Yes, the keg is on the Engineer. The Engineer version is called Expert Skirmisher, which was really destroyed when they were trying to fix close quarters 5 years ago. The problem here many years ago was the fact that the Shadow Warrior with this tactic was getting the 50% speed buff on the skills in any range. So it was a little bit unfair there. So they couldn't fix it. So they made it that you need to have a specific target, and that screwed the Engineer. Because Expert Skirmisher was working exactly as described here, where it was affecting the abilities that don't have a target. That is the keg, that is the turret, things like that. Now adding the 50% reduction on pushback while you're casting is good. It's one of the things I was saying that we need on the Engineer. The pushback is a problem, especially in close range. So +1 there. Crippling Barrage, new morale 2 ability for Engineer, Shadow Warrior, and Squig Herder. 65 feet range, instant targeted area effect attack that deals 900 over 3 seconds to all enemies within 20 feet and snares the target for 60. 900 over 3 seconds, so it's 300 a second. I'm trying to remember how was Mortar Round. Mortar Round was 600 damage on the target and 300 damage around it at 20 feet for 3 seconds. So it's a rework of that, if I remember. Hold on, I think it's a good idea now as we go along to also open up the career over here. Mortar rounds, dealing 300 damage to them and everyone 20 feet for 4 seconds. So it was 300 on your target and then 300 around 20 feet. So now it's 25 feet. No, it's still 20 feet. Same amount of damage, but you don't have the damage on the single target. Which I suppose is it's almost the same. It's 1 second less, so I suppose less damage, and you don't have the target. Now the difference here is this, that Mortar Round for me was better because I could target someone very specifically, and if that person was running, it was DPSing the people as he was going along. Now it's going to be on the spot, so it means people can effectively move out of that range. Before, the person would carry it away, and if he was running backwards and the more wounded people, you had the chance to kill somebody. Now you won't. So you want, yeah, damage wise though is not as good as Mortar Round. With the snare thingy, yeah, I mean, I can do phosphor shells 40% that get snare for 2 seconds, you know, stuff like that. I mean, we had that ability. I think that mortar round was giving the engineer more burst on the AoE, because you could do mortar round and follow it up with phosphorus shells. Now doing this is the same, too much slow there. The target can get away from the area. I don't like static AoEs too much because we have a very mobile game, but you know, this is a minor little thing. It's not something major, but they want to add more CCs. Okay, I mean, as long as we didn't have enough. So for me, this is, I don't even count as a bad or a good thing. It is what it is. The +1 is the changes on expert skirmisher, which I want to see how that's going to work, because don't forget, we only have 4 tactics, so you definitely need, for example, for the engineer, they'll be talking mainly, we do need the ballistics, right? You need the critical. Sometimes you need to have Thunderer, you need to have, what's the other one called? I forgot about it. What's the name of it? Sorry, my brain just froze. Fighting chance sometimes, so you really run out of tactics extremely quickly when we're going to be playing with this, so we're going to have to make some new builds as we go along. Anyways, the person that wrote the notes is a Destro main, because he starts with a Sork, so so let's start with that, take things in order. So the sorcerer balance change. In summary, the balance team has decided not to make significant changes to the core mechanic of the sorcerer. Sorcerer is already the most squishy class on destruction, and we felt that if we would add a more complex mechanic to the class, it would become too niche. Additionally, unlike the old Chopper raids mechanic, the dark magic mechanic does not discourage you from using a full set of abilities. At least the class abilities are balanced around the strong dark magic mechanic. Hence, the mechanic would require a lot more sweeping changes to keep the class overall balanced. The single target specialization using Path of Agony and Path of Calamity uses a handful of changes. Sees a handful of changes. Most notably, a rework on Shades of Death, now granting better synergy with melee, oh my god, in the Sorcerer's group, and improvements to Obsessive Focus. For the AoE Sork, Black Horror has been changed into a short cast and lower damage ability to set it apart from Shadows. You will also find some additional tactic options in Cruel Spiral or Frozen by Fear. Darkstar Cloak has been reworked into a strong defensive and potentially offensive tool, depending on the situation you want to use it. Okay. I'll try and do the best analysis I can on these classes, because as you know I don't play them, but we'll see what we can do. So, tactics, recovery energy, reworked into Cruel Respiral. Anytime an attack you make is defended, you will automatically deal 187 plus 1 damage bonus, corporeal damage to the target. Cannot occur more than once every 2 seconds per target. Okay, so I suppose this is a tactic. I mean, I'm assuming we're going to see the same things on the Bright Wizard, okay? But this feels to me like they're trying to find a way to increase your damage when you get a lot of disrupt. Yeah, because disrupt is very high in the game, same thing as dodge. The question is, and 187 is good basic stuff. Yeah, we don't like mirrors bombling, we said that again, but but the point is that this counters disrupt. This means that if you have this tactic, you're gonna keep spamming, and whether you hit, you get disrupted, you hit. So this is a tactic that it's a small damage, right? Because you're gonna have what, 187 plus, even if you have 300, so 500 damage minus mitigation. So it's a 300-400 actual damage, but if it is every time you cast, you know, yeah, as you say, it keeps the short climbing consistent damage, but don't forget, you're gonna have that consistent damage, and then you're gonna have that 3000 hit instantly bursting you when the time comes. So when that ticks, along with the 3000 damage, the timestamp on that one goes a lot higher. So it's gonna be very difficult in small groups to keep people alive now with the pressure. At least that's how I see it anyways. But we can talk about all this at the end. Let's just go through the patch notes with, you know, that, and then we can talk about this. So make notes and tell me what you want to talk about at the end of this. So, Empowered Dar. Rework to Darwin will now heal you for 100% of the damage dealt to the target. A healing tactic with 100% of the damage. So if you do a dot for 3k, you get 3k back as as heal. The question is it the full damage like 3k, which includes the mitigation, or is it the damage you deal without the mitigation? Because the sword could do 3,000, 2,000. Keep getting those heals in. It's a great survivability. Manic Obsession now additionally increases the damage bonus from Obsessive Focus by 5%. Hasted Fear replaced by Frozen by Fear. Grip of Fear now deals 187 plus 1 damage bonus. Spirit damage and hits up to 6 players. The root no longer breaks when the enemy takes damage, but has a duration reduced by 2 seconds.
Feel the iron beneath our feet. Our beards are braided, our vows are sworn to stand as one till the final morn. A song of war for the sky and stone, a bloody debt to claim.
Alright, sorry. My wife walked in. Just finished work. Sorry for the little pause there. Okay, a new utility focused AoE tactic from the Sork, which gives them another interesting tactic option that doesn't translate to more damage. I mean, these are tactics. We'll see how people are going to use them. Definitely the 100% heal is kind of okay for the Sork, and I suppose the Bright Wizard, they need to survive somehow with the self-damaging abilities. I'm just a little bit worried about this. Because the thing about getting the heals sometimes, I don't know. I'm a bit careful with this healing stuff because we have the regeneration, we have excellent healers. A lot of people using 2 and 3 pocket healers. Plus this, how hard this might be to actually deal with in actual, gameplay. But we'll see. Abilities. Shades of Death, reworked to Curse, 30 AP, 100 feet, instant 10-second cooldown. Your target is haunted by Spectres of Death. I wonder if we have the same animation there. And Doom for up to 10 seconds, causing an additional 199 spirit damage each time they are hit by any group member. Cannot occur more than once every half second. Absorb Vitality, damage increased by 161 to 191. Oh, base damage goes up, and damage bonus up from 0.6 to 0.9. Hand of Ruin, damage per interval change from 448 plus 1 bonus damage to 262, almost halved. But it gets more damage bonus, okay. Hand of Ruin, that was hitting really hard. That's a big downgrade there. Gloom of Night. Cast time reduced from 2 seconds to 1.5. Shadow Knives, damage increased from 299. Plus 0.75 bonus damage to 1. Okay, a little bit up. Disastrous Cascade, damage changed to 225. Another... They're reducing the base damage and increasing the bonus damage, so it won't come out to the same. It's a slight nerf. It's a bit less than it looks because of the numbers there. Okay, so some of the damage goes down, some of the survivability goes up. They're doing a nice little exchange of you're getting this, you're losing that. It so far looks balanced when it comes to what they get, what they lose. But again, all these things may look nice here, but we have to test them in the field. Because if you don't test them, they could look good and be bad. They could look bad and look good in the actual gameplay. We'll see. Black Horror reworked to... Did I just read that? No. To Curse. 35 AP, 80 feet range, 1 second cast, 10 seconds cooldown. Builds 10 dark magic. Has a chance to cause backlash. That's the ability that deals damage to the sword from his own spells. You create a maelstrom of evil power which deals 225 plus 1 bonus damage, corporeal damage to the target and all other enemies within 20 feet of them, and reduces their initiative by 100 for 10 seconds. Initiative, that means lowers parry, which Zorks don't care, but also reduces chance to receive critical. Actually increases it because you use initiative. Demonic Chill, reworked to enchantment. 30 AP, self, instant 30 seconds cooldown. Everyone on your group that is within 100 feet of you is surrounded by Demonic Chill for 1 hour. It gives them 25% chance to reduce the auto attack damage of the attacker by 10% for 3 seconds when they are struck by a melee attack. So that's the buff. Reduces auto attack for 3 seconds. Is it here I have a couple questions. So if you have a very fast auto attack, does it mean that this thing refreshes every time, or is there an internal cooldown? That is something I would like to know, because like is it constant? I mean, does it have to wait for 3 seconds, then it goes to 3 seconds, or if someone is hitting you on second number 2, it will go back to 3? So you know what I mean? Like, we gotta see that. Darwin damage with 91 to 100 dark magic increases from 750 to 900. Okay, another damage increase. Shroud of Darkness now additionally increases your chance to disrupt attacks by 10%. Or defenses against spellcasters on the circle. Now one. Obsessive Focus, duration reduced to 15 seconds, no longer reduces damage to other targets. Damage increase reduced from 10 to 5, but Obsessive Focus now additionally reduces your chance to be disrupted by the target by 10%. Hey, hi Tosh, how you doing, buddy? Okay, I'm going to the morals now. Shadow has been removed. The balance team has moved away from certain classes having too many morale abilities. Hence, we remove Shatter from the Sork. Of course, you can still use Focus Mind as an offensive morale option for AoE bombing. Darkstar Cloak reworked to self instant for the next 10 seconds. All damage you take is reduced by 50%, and then cooldown of your abilities are reduced by 10 seconds. And Crippling Terror radius increased from 15 to 20. Stricken Voice is no longer cleansable. That was a bug fix. Yeah, hey, Kinthalas. Yeah, I mean, Focus Mind. Hold on a second, because the engine doesn't have Focus Mind. Oh no, sorry, it's an M2. We do have it. What am I talking about? There we go. I mean, if they haven't changed it, basically means allows you to move around. Now, how are you gonna bomb with this, losing the AoE damage? I don't know, but you know, your balance team, love 2 weeks. So, Bright Wizard, I'm assuming we're going to see the same changes here, but let's read it nevertheless for the Bright Wizard friends. So, summary: the balance team has decided not to make significant changes to the core mechanic of the Bright Wizard. Bright Wizard is already the most squishy class on Nordic side, and we felt that it will add more complex mechanics to the class. It would become too niche. Exactly, I mean, it's a copy from above, but additionally, unlike the old Slayer raids mechanic, and combustion mechanic does not discourage you from using a full set of abilities. At least the class abilities are balanced around the strong combustion mechanic. Hence, the mechanic would require a lot more sweeping changes to keep the class overall balanced. Path of Incineration has 2 major changes in a buff to Burning Iron and attached tactic Drain Burn, as well as brand new tactic with Burning Focus, which improves the burst potential of the Bright Wizard. The most significant changes in Path of Emulation is a buff to Playing with Fire and a rework to Detonate. The area of effect damage of the Bright Wizard is already rather strong. Additionally, the balance team feels that the spec already feels good and fun to play. Hence, there are little changes to Path of Conflagration, the most significant one being a small damage buff to Annihilate. Several core tactics have been reworked or improved to provide a wider range of options to choose from. I don't play Bright Wizard, okay? I haven't played them in like a decade, but I'm just really curious. When it says here that the spec already feels good and fun to play, I'm really curious, like, why in the last 3 years there's only like 10 Bright Wizards on the server, like level 40 Bright Wizards every day. If you check, there's like 8, 6, 10, the same as the Slayer. If it's fun to play, why people don't play more? Just a question, you know? Tactics. Draining Burn, reworked to Burning Iron, now applies a hex on the enemy for 20 seconds, inflicting 352 elemental damage each time they use a melee ability. Searing Vitality, reworked into Burning Focus. Your Path of Incineration damaging abilities deal an additional 337 plus 1.5 bonus damage. Elemental, you have 50% chance to deal the same damage to yourself. This effect can not only occur once per 10 seconds. Well, I haven't seen a bombing warband in a long time, Bombling. I haven't seen groups with Bright Wizards. You see a couple of them around, but that massive amount of Bright Wizards bombing warbands, they were playing solo, they were everywhere. You know what I mean? Like an army. I don't see as many. In my opinion, the population is down in that class. Yeah, I mean, like, you see a lot of them? Okay, maybe we play different time zones and I've missed them. Okay, I'll take your word for it. You only play daily, I play less than you, so probably that's why I don't see as many. Alright, moving on. We'll have a long time to chat after we read all this. Now I've lost where I was. Up here, yes. Searing Vitality, reworked into Burning Focus. Your Path of Incineration. Oh, where that one? A brand new tactic to improve your own burst potential as a soft mirror to Swell of Gloom. Soft mirror. We don't like mirror classes. We're going for soft mirrors now. Ignition. Now, Minor Ignite also reduces the corporeal resistance of its target by 240. Power. Oh, you stupid music. Oh. Sorry, it's too quiet without it and annoys me when it buffers. Power from the Ashes, reworked to Meltdown, will now heal you for 100% of the damage dealt to the target, same as the one on the Sork. Fan the Flames now additionally has the following effect. If the enemy is affected by your slow boil, Detonate will also spread minor slow boil to nearby enemies. Distracting Fires, reworked to Fire Cage. Hits up to 6 enemies. Reworked to Fire Cage, hits up to 6 enemies and deals 187 times 1 bonus damage, elemental damage when applied, and another 5 times 75 plus 0.45 damage bonus, elemental damage over 5 seconds when broken. So the roots now hits up to 6 and deals damage when broken. Wasn't it this? We'll see if they change. I mean, so far, but no, didn't the Sork say you cannot break it? Yeah, the root no longer breaks when the enemy takes damage on the Sork. But if this is your root, yeah, I mean, I would prefer not to break like the Sork one. I mean, screw the damage, because like we'll talk about damage all the time, but having a root that does not break on damage is extremely powerful. You get like the duration to DPS your hearts out, right? Without worrying about it. Like, it can save you. You won't break from throwing a dot if you're a kiting class like the Sork, the engineer or whatever. You root them to stay there. Personally, I would prefer if the Bright Wizard would get the one that doesn't break and don't get the extra damage on top of it. I would prefer to be like this. It would increase the survivability quite a lot. So it feels like that's a much better thing given to Sork, in my opinion. But I would like it to not have it broken. I think it's better if the roots don't break if they have that. Because we don't have mirror classes, Andy. That's your question. Why have them different? Because the game thrives on not having mirror classes, so things have to be similar but not the same. Nevertheless, today we've seen a new term, right? Minor mirror, because we said we don't like mirrors. This, I think, for me, my memory, is not very good. This is the first time I see the minor mirror thing. So we may get them close, but not close enough. So we're not mirroring, but we're minor mirroring. Abilities for the Bright Wizard. Detonate. Damage of overtime part replaced. If the target is ignited, you will apply minor ignite to all enemies within 20 feet. So it becomes an AoE. Minor Ignite, new ability that can be applied through Detonate. A hex which causes your target to burst into flames, dealing 3 times 112 plus 0.35 bonus damage elemental to them over 9 seconds. Minor Slow Boil, new ability that can be applied through Detonate. For the next 5 seconds, the target is inflicted with a hex which raises their temperature to a delirious fever, causing them to lose 3 action points every 1 second. When this effect ends, they will suffer 187 plus 1 damage bonus corporeal damage as the fever break. The balanced team has reworked Detonate to both improve the ability but also to add to its flavor. You can now spread Ignite and Slow Boil, then using the fan of flames from your target to the surrounding enemies. This also synergizes with the ignition tactic. Now, this is kind of nice how this works. There's a similar mechanic on other servers as well, where you can do that. And like you start with a single target, and then you can hit it again and again. It just spreads all over the place, multiplying your AoE damage as you go along. It's nice. It adds more flavor to the gameplay. Kinthalas, I like the classes are a bit different. It's nice to be a bit different. And it could, for me personally, it could stay on the animations, the graphics and stuff like that. But when somebody has a root that it does not break on damage, and he gets like 5 seconds, right, to freely DPS you while you root it, and the other guy does 1 dot and he breaks and he gets jumped again, the guy that doesn't have the root that doesn't break is going to be upset, because he does exactly the same kiting as the other guy. He is as skilled as the other guy, and yet he's gonna die because he doesn't get the 5 seconds to freely DPS and kill the target because the root broke. That's where the difference comes in on that. Fireball Barrage, damage changed from 150 plus 0.75 to 300 plus 1.5 bonus damage and single target damage, and from 225 plus 0.38 bonus damage to 150 and 0.75 bonus damage. So I think it goes a little bit down. It's not the same, just a little bit down. Withering Hit, damage changed from 4 times 399 plus 1 bonus damage to 4 300. Oh, that's a drop there. It's 1.5. They're really reducing a lot the base damage. I wonder why. Playing with Fire, now undefendable, duration increased from 10 to 15. Annihilate, damage changed from 187 plus 0.65 to 187 plus 1. Slight increase there, because that goes with a new mechanic there with Annihilate. Burning Iron, base damage increased from 187 to 337. Whew, that's a big increase. Yeah, I mean, not having high base damage lowers the damage, but it's scalable. The question is how squishy you have to go, you know, to get the extra, the damage bonus there. So, I mean, Bright Wizards and Sharks, they always hit hard. I mean, I don't think that's going to change, like, significantly. They're going to be lower somewhere, they're going to be higher somewhere else, but it's still... it feels more of a more fun mechanic to play the class, while the damage stays more or less the same or slightly less, which for them slightly less means nothing. They're doing already like massive amounts, like, you know, 3k fireballs, 3k on dots. To go to 2,850 is not going to affect them too much with these changes. You know what I mean? Flame Shield reworked to enchantment, 30 AP, self, instant 30 seconds cooldown. All group mates within 100 feet are enchanted with a protective shield of flickering flame for 1 hour, giving them 25% chance to reduce the damage over time abilities of the attacker by 10% for 3 seconds when they are struck by a ranged or magical attack. So, okay, like, this is also... This is weird. I'm sorry, this is weird. I'll tell you why I find this weird. This is the same enchantment the Sork had. Okay, it's weird, and I'll tell you why I find it weird. The Sork, the enchantment does to the group, right? It's again the same thing: 25% chance, 10%, and 3 seconds. So that's the circum, right? The Sork is against auto attacks from melee. Order doesn't have that many melee. We have like Shadow Warriors, Bright Wizards, we have Engineers, we have a lot of ranged dotting classes. I would have thought that would be the ability the Sork should have, And the Bright Wizard should have the reduction on auto attack by 10% for 3 seconds when you're struck, since Destro have an extra melee. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. This is, you know what I mean? It doesn't make why? Why? I mean, that should be reverted. Like, honestly, like before they bring it to live, they need to revert this. It makes no sense that the Bright Wizard has defense against dotting classes and they have one less. Come on, I'm right about this. You know what I mean? Like, anyways, I think that this should be anti-Magus buff. I don't know. I think this should have been reversed, this one, but okay. Meltdown damage from 91 100 combustion increased to 7, same thing as the Bright Wizard. It goes a bit more damage there. Morals. Heart of Fire reworked to self instant. Removes all hexes, curses, alignments from group members within 100 feet. And a previous bad morale has been reworked to provide a group cleanse, keeping the flavor of the morale, but adding a unique effect for a DPS class. Okay, it can be helpful. Spreading Flames, 3-second dot application can now proc Wildfire. Okay, I mean, we knew from rumors and stuff that the Bright Wizard and the Sork, they're not going to get a lot of stuff. Okay, it's a slight change to some of the skills. Some damages went up, some damages went down. Overall, it looks good. Let's hope it's going to revitalize the classes a little bit. Because I think yesterday we checked and we played, was that like 8% Sorks or something on the server? Grushka, you think that is OP? I don't know. I mean, 10% reduction for 3 seconds. I'm assuming that this is applied the first time the dot is on. So like if you have a dot like 21 seconds like the engineer, you're only going to get this buff for 3 seconds on application, not on every tick. I'll let Bombling answer that question for you, Andy, if he thinks this is a buff or a nerf. Well, I'll tell you what I think. I think this is not a nerf and is not a buff either. It's just a nice rebalancing on those two classes. Right, we'll go to the Magus. Oh boy, I want to skip this and go to the engineer, but we'll read it. All right, so Magus. Summary. The Path of Havoc has been improvement. Have seen improvement. Sorry guys, again, I read with one eye. Both the abilities directly as well as tactic options. This will hopefully lead to more reliable performance and a smoother gameplay experience without too big of an increase in peak potential. The Path of Changing AoE spec brings good value to Warbands and will mostly stay intact except for a change in Seed of Chaos. The Path of Demonology has received changes to increase the reward for taking the additional risk of playing in very close range. Damage type has been changed to Spirit. Oh, where it has previously Elemental and Rob Fire has been improved in both damage and utility. Oh, his damage is going to go up. Spirit is dangerous. Demonic minions have been reworked to feel more rewarding to play around and use. The damage bonus provided by seeing near your minion no longer builds up over time, but instead is based only on proximity. Additionally, its minion type now provides a unique secondary bonus. Sounds interesting, but let's see. We're gonna focus more on this on the engineer, which I know more because this is gonna confuse me a bit. But tactics, Charge of Blessing now additionally affects Bolt of Change. Fear Winds, reworked to Flickering Red Fire and Surging Violet Fire, will now deal an additional 5 times 82 plus 0.5 damage bonus. They're missing the little asterisk here. Elemental damage over 5 seconds. Okay, Flickering Red, I don't know how much they use these spells, but okay. Internal Flesh now additionally increases the intelligence of your demons by 160. So the demons will be doing more damage with this. Okay. Unearthly Shriek, reworked to your summoned demon gains additional benefits as long as you are within 30 feet. Pink Horror, demonic construction, will now snare the target by 30% for 5 seconds. Blue Horror, your horror is healed by 50% of the value whenever you are healed. And Flamer, your Flamer's ability have the cooldown reduced by 50%. Okay, so the long range snares the target. The medium range gets healed. And the close range has the cooldown reduced so they can DPS more in close range. If I remember the colors right here. Okay. Surging power no longer affects Surge of Insanity. Now additionally affects Baleful Transfiguration, Wildfire, and Rend Winds. Swift Flames rework to whenever you cast a Surging Violent Fire, you become empowered, reducing the cast time of your next casting ability within 10 seconds by 50%. That sounds very good. It can create a lot of burst with this. Demonic Withering now additionally causes Withered Soul to be undefendable. Okay, this is like the Signal Flare. So, undefendable. Alright, Demonic Minions. The damage bonus you gain from being near your minions is changed to be static based on your vicinity of your minion. While you are within 30 feet of your minion, your damage is increased by 20%. Otherwise, while you are within 45 feet of your minion, your damage is increased by 10%. What the f? What the f? That's all I'm going to say about this. Are you serious? Are you serious? I mean, why am I like this, right? Because on the last patch, right, they screwed up all the turrets and all the demons. Okay, they took away all the bonuses, all the stuff, right? And they give you the ability to use your grenades or your dots while you're moving. And now they're telling you, yeah, you can use them while you move around, but hey, only 30 feet. You know what I mean? Like, they could have left them like some of the abilities and the buffs that were for 100 feet, so you can move around your turret. 30 feet, so now you are more restricted to your turret than before. So basically, there you can run around and use your dots, but with 20% less damage, while Sorkin and Bright Wizard can go wherever the fuck they want, and they can dodge your full power, but you are bound to those turrets again. So it feels like with this, they're undoing what they did on the previous patch. Now you really have to, 30 feet is nothing. 30 feet is nothing. Now you're going to have to be there. And also, this mechanic that is going to create immense lag on the server. All right? Yeah, but this is going to create a lot of lag on the server, because you remember the problem we had with all the orders that people go in and out on the little dance on the warbands, and you debuff with the Chosens, everybody, and the Knight, and they move back and they get debuffed, and then they get buffed again and debuffed, back and forward, and it keeps proccing all the numbers and everything. So we're adding one more calculation here, a constant calculation again onto the server. I feel this might affect the server. I could be wrong, but I'm just saying. Hey, Malmar, this will make Magus Engineer playstyle more active, same as the Rune Priscilla. What, move every 5 feet and use 35 action points to keep dropping your turret? Yeah, it's very active and wasteful, but we move on. Summon Ping Horror, you gain 125% from 100% of the player's intelligence and 75% from 50 to the player's wounds from the item bonuses. The player now gains 10 additional feet range as long as they remain within 30 feet of the Ping Horror. So, single target, it gets more damage and more wounds to survive, but you're stuck to 30 feet to gain 10 feet range. So, I mean, this is the bonus we had before. This is the bonus that took away before, the 10 feet. You get it again, but you have to be within 30 feet. Yeah, it's only affecting the NG and the Magus. Yes. Summon Flamer. Now you gain 100% for 75 of the player's intelligence and 100% of the wounds. The player has now the AP costs and abilities reduced by 5 as long as they remain within 30 feet of the Flamer. This is the melee version. This is the close one. Summon Blue Horse. So the tactic on the engineer gives you 25 every 2 seconds. Now with this, you gain 5. It gets reduced by 5. It might be helpful. It's nice to have that incorporation in there for the Magus as well. We just have to see how well that's gonna work. Not there yet, Jason. So far, Bright Wizard and Sork, it's a nice little rework on the gameplay, but that's it. We're looking at the abilities here on the Magus. After this is Engineer, so hang tight because we're going to talk more on the Engineer because I'll understand it a bit better. Indigo Fire Chain, Summon Blue Horror, 75% gains from the player's intelligence, 125 on the wounds, 10%. Oh, sorry, this is the medium range. Sorry. The Flamer is the medium range, so the Grenadier version, the middle path, is getting AP reduction. But you have to be 30 feet from your turret. And then the close range, which is the Blue Horror here, you get 10% dodge and disrupt as long as you remain 30 feet. That used to be 36%. That used to be 36%. They dropped it down. So they took it away before, now they're reintroducing it, giving more damage to the turret and more survivability, but they lowered the defenses you were getting from that. 10% dodge and disrupt is not going to do much when you're the front line getting bombed by everything. But the 36 that it had before, it was much more useful to have it. Indigo Fire of Chains. AP gain on killing blow reworked to victims killed while bathed in the flames will become a screamer, mindlessly attacking the former allies for 30 seconds. Huh? What? Killed while bathed in the flames will become a screamer, mindlessly attacking the former allies for 30 seconds. What? I'm trying to, what is this? Well, yeah, what I'm saying is, like, if I die with this dot on me, I'm gonna be resurrecting and start attacking my friends. Like, what the hell? This ability has gotten a new old effect in successfully killing the target. We hope to bring back some of the old thematically fitting flavor to the ability, but this time a way that it's more impactful. I suppose if I die, I respawn and stuff, but there will be an NPC spawning and starts attacking things. I don't know. I mean, this is why it's nice when you do this kind of patch notes to have a dev here to explain this. I'm assuming you will be able to resurrect, but there will be some sort of an NPC spawning, a screamer or a static NPC or something that's going to be attacking things around your death place on the map. I'm assuming. I don't know. If the test server is on, we can go and test it. The ability with Dissolving Mist, damage change from 99 times plus 0.3 bonus damage. Divided by 199, blah, 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 to 99, 199. So, okay, it gets an increase. The Mist, and presumably Napalm soon will check, gets an increase on the bonus damage. The base stays the same, the bonus damage is increased. Seed of Chaos now deals 5 times 60 plus 35. Spirit damage over 5 seconds. Thanks for the follow. Explosion damage changed from 248 to 225. It would be like, see, I don't like this inconsistency because it says now it deals this. Here it tells us what it was and what it changed so we can understand it. And here it tells us the new thing without telling us the old thing. Like, how much was the damage here before? I mean, it tells us about the explosion, but it doesn't tell us how it's changed on that. And we have to remember everything for every class. Anyways, at least it didn't change the cast time and stuff. Agonizing Torrent. This ability can now be used while moving. Belfort Transfiguration. AP cost reduced from 45 to 35. That wasn't necessary. They already have cheaper dots on the engineer anyways. Withering Soul. Cooldown removed, but can only be applied to a single enemy at a time. Damage and duration changed from 10, 145.6 over 20 to 5. Okay, that's halved. And then base damage goes up. Multiplier goes up over 15. Okay, so this is stronger. It's 20 seconds down to 15 and... I mean, damn it, I don't know, because it's less duration here. So this could be better. Also reduces enemies' block chance by 5%. Maybe, I don't know if it counts on the kill count, we'll see. It is written by different people, Andy. I don't know if it takes every 3 seconds, because the Magus, in comparison to the Engineer, has some dots that they tick every 2 seconds. So it has a better burst. While every single dot from the Engineer ticks every 3, the Magus has 1 or 2 dots, which I don't remember which ones they are. They tick every 2, which for me, that was always a significant difference. And it has cheaper costs as well, which is also a significant thing on the gameplay. Mutating Blue Fire, initial damage changed from 674 to 450. Ooh, that's a big drop. Higher bonus damage, but significant drop on the base damage. Infernal Blast changed to a Hex and now deals spirit damage. However, most of the damage here is changing to spirit, which it will be deadlier than before. Rapid Fire, cooldown reduced from 13 to 8. Damage increased from 187, 067 to 187 plus 1. So more there. Additional its damage pulse reduces the pet's cooldown by 1 second if they are within range. Oh, that's good. Rapid Fire has been improved in several ways. Damage numbers have improved. It's now affected by surging power, and it also improves your minions' attacks per minute. Together with Agonizing Torrent being made castable on the move, we hope that this will improve the way Magus point-blank AoE feels and performs. We'll see. But no, I mean, as it's still buffed. So far things are buffed. Rap Transversal, new ability, available at level 40. Buff, no AP cost, 45 feet. Instant, 60 seconds cooldown. Requires a summon minion. You cannot perform this action while rooted. You cannot perform this action while airborne. Your demonic disc connects with your minion through the rap, sending you surging towards your summoning circle. Upon arriving, your disc consumes the demonic life force, allow you to shrug off one snaring effect as the summoned minion is destroyed. Did they just get pounds? Did they give them pounds? What the f... Your demonic disc connects with your minion through the rap, sending you surging towards your summoning circle. What the f... the hell? So I mean okay, so they get a dash. 45 feet mini dash. Okay. The Magus historically had one less ability compared to the Engineer, which gave us the opportunity to introduce something new to the kit of the Magus. This is a new mobility tool which uniquely ties into your pet management. In terms of costs and cooldowns, it shares a lot with instability. But having its destination locked into your minion position, we aim to limit its directly offensive use while still allowing the creation of a clutch moment where using quickly to fall back and reposition or juke your enemies. Let me tell you what how this is gonna play out on the lakes. You start shooting the Magus. Magus starts moving backwards. The pet is down. The pet dismounts you. You're trying to catch the Magus. He stuns you with the demonic infestation. He is gaining range while he's dotting you. You're trying to get to the Magus, and then he teleports the pet again. Pet keeps hitting you and slowing you down. And when you get to him, he teleports away, drops another infestation, and goes the other way. That's how that's going to play. It's very good for kiting, okay? But I want to see what the Engineer gets on this one. So they're giving more mobility to the Magus. They had one less skill. Okay. We'll see. This is an interesting mechanic. 45 feet is also another thing we have to check here on this ability, right? It's 45 feet. Can you put your pet on top of a wall on a keep and boom, go up in the wall or down the wall? Can you go behind the wall if your pet is inside and you're outside? If it's teleport, is it a dust? Does it require line of sight? Or we're going to have all this, like, I'm DPSing outside, they keep, boom, I'm inside. I mean, it's every minute, but it can save your ass. So we're going to have to check those things here, how that works. Yeah, you're surging towards. Yeah, if the pet is behind me in a turn, trust me, I mean, you have seen how the pools work. There is an entire wall and a door, and you still go through it. You know what I mean? Oh no, you're going to be targetable. The question is, if the demon is inside the keep and there's a wall in between or a door, can you go through it? Because, like I said, a lot of pools have issues. So this being a something of an ability moving from here to there, it might have issues. And whether you can go up and down as well. You know what I mean? Like, I could have it in a keep defense on the staircase on the top. So I'm downstairs DPSing the main door. And, you know, they come in, I can go upstairs just like as a range and bomb from up there. We'll see. I mean, this is why we're reading all this, to get all the ideas and gameplays and go and test them. If the test server is up. Shocking Jolt. Cooldown increased from 20 to 60 seconds. No longer induces a global cooldown and additionally grants unstoppable for 3 seconds to affected allies. I don't know if anybody's actually going to use that. Chaotic Rift, randomness in pull distance reduced, making the ability more consistent overall. Okay, so the pull is going to be landing on you a little bit more often, I suppose, with this. That's good for the pulls, definitely. You know. Morales, Conduit of Chaos, reworked to buff, rank 3 Morale self, instant 60 seconds cooldown. Focus on the target powers of Chaos for 7 seconds. Your movement speed increased by 50% and all your abilities continue to build up while moving. Another speed buff. So Magus gets a teleport. Let's call it teleport for now until we see how that works. That's a good plan, Razor. Let's call that a teleport for now. We'll see what it is. And then they get a 50% speed buff for 7 seconds. Okay, I know it's a morale, but still. Conduit of Chaos has been reworked into a strong personal buff that significantly increases your movement speed and allows all of your abilities to build up while you're moving. Handy for both sticking with or staying away from your enemies. Solik now additionally removes 720 morale off the target every 2 seconds. So, morale drain on the Magus, speed buff morale on the Magus, and we'll call this teleport for now until we find out exactly what it is. So, immense changes on mobility and kiting on the Magus right now, with the teleport every minute, 50% speed buff on morals. I'm sure a lot of people will use that, and a morale drain for the warbands on top of anything else. So far, it's he's getting tremendous buffs so far. I don't like the changes on the pets yet. Okay, but this so far is gonna be broken. It was broken on the tanky builds. Now imagine a tank build with the teleport, the speed buff, and all that kind of stuff. How much more difficult it will be for the solars to die, and what that's gonna bring and stuff like that. But so far it is a huge buff. We move on. We'll see. Well, I want to see the engineer as well, because as we said earlier, we don't have mirrors. But let's see what the engineer gets, because. You know how we feel about the engineer. 6 years of nerfs. Let's see. Let's carry on with this. Pets. Blue Horror. Armor increased from 1,200 to 2,400. Demonic Consumption. Cast time reduced from 2 seconds to 1. Damage increased from 624.5 to 60. Plus 1 bonus. And now almost always deals critical damage to targets below 50% health. That is going to be dangerous. When it says almost always, that is 99% chance. The same thing as Guillotine on the Marauder. So the pet will hurt like hell now. Flames of Chains. Tinging interval reduced from 2 seconds to 133. Faster damage because of the burst on the pets. It hits faster. Wrapping Energy. Cast time reduced from 2 to instant. Even faster damage. Coruscating Energy. Damage changed from 75 plus 1.5 to 150 times 1. Much higher base damage. I'm more interested about the base damage rather than the bonus damage on the skills. So he's getting not only the mobility buff so far, which is amazing, I think it's going to break the class a bit. I'm going to have to rebalance at some point. Also, the pets are getting much more damage on their abilities. Faster ticking here, instant cast time there, more damage here. And with the sword no longer undefendable. Okay, this is a bug that was fixed. I mean, Sork that we've seen and Bright Wizard, small changes on the workplay and it feels better for them. Magus super buffed. Yeah, you can take 1 minute break. Let me know when you're back. Now it's super buffed. So the problems that I see here until Bombling comes back is that the Magus definitely got buffed. We'll see what the engineer gets because there could be different things. I don't like the changes on the pets. We were given freedom to move around and do all the dots freely, and now we're getting bound to the pets 30 feet. 30 feet to have the 20% damage, 45 feet to have the 10% damage. I'm afraid about lag because you're going to be going in and out. It has to be recalculated all the time. Having 20 engineers or 30, you know, in a keep defense, moving up and down, left and right, and doing all that math, it might be a problem. We had this problem before, like I said, with the auras of the Chosen and the Knight. It was fixed, but recently we also see a lot of lag on the server. I don't know if they have introduced some stuff like that, and it might be working on the background. Not happy with the pets here. Everything else that the Magus got is 100% above. The mobility they're giving the Magus with the what I call a teleport so far, right? The morale 2 with 50% speed buff while casting everything on the move. A morale drain for the warbands, increased reduced dotting time on the pet damage, 100% critical chance on the pet ability, and stuff like that is going to be a beast. It was a beast already, like a glass cannon Magus was hurting, like massively hurting. I think this, it will be even worse because they changed a lot of stuff from elemental to spirit and they gave him a lot of mobility. We'll see how that's going to go. Definitely gains with the morale. Definitely gains another spot into the warband with a morale drain every 2 seconds. The thing is, they're designing a melee version, so they're doing, because I've read this further up, they're doing a trade-off. Like you can go closer, but you know, the 45 feet is, yeah, it's just a dash basically. But like I said, can you go through doors? Can you go up and down a keep? I mean, the direction is going to be important. What is the difference between spirit and elemental? I don't think, like, server-wise there is a difference, Malmar, but for some reason over the years, right, so I can't give you like a detailed thing, but over the years any class that's been dealing spirit damage always has been doing, like, it feels you get hit harder, you know. I don't know, there is no statistic that I've read that says that is worse, but spirit damage always been a thing that felt that you're getting more damage for some reason. Yeah, it could be this synergy Bombling's talking about, the debuffs from other classes and stuff, but spirit damage always felt like you're getting a lot more damage in, probably because of the other debuffs from everybody else. All right, boys, now this is the moment I've been waiting, and I know you'll be waiting because I'm going to rage because we're going to the engineer. So let's focus on this a little bit. Hold on a second. Let me just put my eye drops in to be ready for this. Sorry, it's a necessary evil. Eye surgery requires a lot of drops. Right, engineer. Balance nerfs. Summary. The path of the rifleman has strong single target damage and many good tactic choices. All right. However, the turret mechanic and the cooldowns on the dot abilities prevented a smooth gameplay experience. Therefore, the team, whoever that is, has added several quality of life improvements to the rifleman spec to improve its gameplay without increasing their maximum potential too much. The path of the Grenadier AoE spec brings good value to warbands and will mostly stay intact except over chains and sticky bomb, same as the Magus so far. It's a copy-paste thingy. The path of the Tinkerer is built to get in the face of the enemies. We used to, then you fucked it, to deal AoE damage. Currently, the risk versus reward doesn't feel balanced. We agree on that one. Therefore, Path of the Tinkerer will see some damage improvements. All right, let me just say that giving the damage improvements on close range, yes, is good, but you also need to have the ability to survive. If you just give damage, you know what I mean, like without significant survivability, it's still not good, even if you do have a guard. It is important, in my opinion. Turrets have been reworked to feel more rewarding to play around and use. The damage bonus provided by being near your turret no longer builds up over time, but instead is based on your proximity. Additionally, each turret type now provides a unique secondary bonus. So this is the same shit as the Magus, it's just a copy-paste thingy. Right. Hold on a second. We have the engineer here. We have the engineer here. Okay, so just why I'm doing this, I'm switching to this because engineer, you know, is the one that I care about. I want to check every detail from every skill possible here. Okay, these are not updated yet. Okay. So, extra powder additionally affects sticky bomb. So basically, that's why I'm doing this, because I want you to see this. Extra powder is a tactic on the middle tree, the AoE tree. Acid bomb and fragmentation grenade gains 50% increase in the size and area of effect. That goes to sticky bomb. Okay. Tracer rounds, that's the critical tactic on the engineer path tree, which is up here. It is on 12 points. Okay. Increases your chance to critically hit by 15% as long as you are within 100 feet of your turret. Significance of this is that you can have your grenadier build, which you move around throwing grenades, right? Chasing a target, and you maintain your critical. Okay. We'll see the changes, because I'm saying this because here it says tracer rounds change to core tactic. Okay, so we have it by default now at level 35. Now requires the player to be within 30 feet to gain the 50% critical chance. You are bound more to the turret as a grenadier now. You cannot move forward and dot for 100 feet while maintaining your high damage. You move away from your turret, your damage drops because your critical will drop. You cannot chase. You can recall it, but it's still 30 feet. And then it's on cooldown. You can recall it. You have to stop moving to drop it again to get that buff. Otherwise, if the player is within 45 feet, you gain 8% critical chance. 8%. Hold on a second, because I got to go up in the Magus again and double check this. They didn't have something like this change on the Magus because they have a different path. But okay, so even if you're a sniper, 30 feet is okay. 90% of your skills do not require you to move. But the grenadier also uses this tactic. So now the grenadier loses mobility because you have a choice. Stick to your turret and deal damage. Try and chase or move or push. You know what I mean? Like in a warband play, you want to push, do your dots and have high damage, stop for a second, do force for shells. Now you lose your critical because you've seen how fights can be. You know, you want to retreat, you want to push. 30 feet is nothing. So it's nice you get it as a core tactic and you don't have to spend your points. But this is a nerf to the grenadier because the range was important for mobility. We lose mobility from this and we're going to lose damage because of this. So this, half of it is good. The other half for me is bad because of mobility. I cannot stick as a grenadier 30 feet from a turret. Chasing, dotting, and doing stuff. It's before 100 feet is a nice distance because then you can freely recall it or spend 35 AP. It doesn't matter. You recall, you get another, you get like 200 feet range with a recall and one global cooldown to chase or to retreat. Now you don't get that. So this 25% buff here because you get it by default, 75% nerf. Move it to core to fit in with the Tinkerer tree, at least in terms of playstyle. To compensate, it has the range reduced, meaning that you have to remain closer to your turret to gain a full benefit. Not to mention, we're still going to have to use the tactic slot for this. Would you have preferred two different bonuses depending on which turret you... No, it was fine the way it was. It's 150 from the turret. Because... Even if you play, let's say you want the critical on your Tinkerer, right? You front line. The fight is you pushing the enemy warband. You move like 2 steps forward, you lose your critical. Right? Grenadier, you chasing a squig. You take 2 steps away from your turret, you lose your critical. Right? And the current dots ticking, they lose their critical. They don't have the critical buff. As long as you move away, then subsequent dot ticking is going to go down. Okay? Yeah, the Magus has different ones. That is true. But I would prefer if they left it into what you call it, make it core. You know, I don't care if it's core or not, to be honest. We have enough points to do whatever we want. The 30 feet ties the mobility builds, like the Grenadier and the Tinkerer, they lose a lot of damage because of this. The Sniper doesn't matter. You don't move for Sniper, you don't move for Gamblast, you don't move for Focus Fire, you don't move for Hip Shot, you don't move for those things. 30 feet will be fine for that, specific for that build. The other two, losing damage when they're moving. We lose mobility, period. This is a nerf. Auto repair matrix, new tactic, replacing tracer rounds at 11 points in Path of Tinkerer while you are within 45 feet of your turret. Whenever you are healed, your turret is also healed by 50% of the healing, increases the damage of your turret ability by 25%. Okay. 45 feet again, you have to be like glued to your turret in order to receive the healing. This is a good thing, okay? Because it protects it from all this stupid chopper AoE all the time and the turrets die and stuff like that. It may help for your turret to stay up longer, to maintain your 20% damage longer, okay? And it increases the turret's ability by 25. That is a nice, this is a significant buff because the turrets have been doing shit damage for a very long time. The question here is, in order for the turret to receive the 25% damage, do I have to be 45 feet from my turret as well? Or is a default, if you have the tactic on, your turret gets that bonus damage? First question. Again, so if I want to have the critical here, waste 1 tactic there. And if I want extra damage on the turret, waste another tactic there. I'm trying to see some builds here as we go along because I definitely need ballistics. That's 3 tactics. And what's the 4th one? Armor, AP, the reduction in pushback. The build's now becoming more restrictive, but we'll see. This one is nice to have the repair, but again, it forces you to be glued to your turret. 45 feet. Try to push, try to retreat, your turret doesn't get anything either. Like, everything seems to be tying you more and more to the turret. Whether this is a, let's say this is a buff because you get the buff on the damage and you get the heal. So I'll call this a buff. A new tactic in the Tinker Tree, which together with the armor buff of the flame turret, should allow the engineer to play around the flame turret better in AoE situations. Of course, it can also be used together with other turrets to increase their damage output, but that would come at a sacrifice of another tactic of your own personal damage. Right, so like here's the exchange we're doing, right? You're gonna lose personal damage to buff your turret and to heal it. Right, 45 feet. So I don't know, better AoE situations. So tell me this: better AoE situations. What does that mean? With the armor buff of the flame turret, we'll see the turrets further down, right? Allow the injured to play around the flame turret. So I have to play around with 45 feet of the turret. Better AoE situations. Like what AoE situation is 45 feet from your turret? I'm trying to understand what this means. Like, what did they have in mind of the gameplay saying this? So I'm a Tinkerer, I'm meant to be in the front lines, I'm gonna get an armor buff from the flame turret. Apparently we're gonna read it further down, right? Or it means that 2400 armor that the pet gets. We've seen this on the Magus, right? That means what? That I can be on the front lines, keeping my pet alive with auto repair. I don't know. Keep funneling is playing around AoE. Okay, thank you for the clarification, Toast and Jason. Okay. I think it will not be enough. 25% damage are so low. No, 25% is not low because this buffs 25% the abilities of the turrets, right? Not the damage, the auto attack, but the abilities of the turret, which is pretty much the same buff the squig gets. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. It's not. This is a buff. It's the 45 feet that I have an issue with. It's the same the squig gets. I mean, we didn't have it before, yeah. And if we get the same increase on damage as the Magus pets, right? Plus the 25, it's a significant increase. It may not be, you know, super well, but taking account DK Skull right now, a gun turret on the best sniper build you can find available on the server, it does 4 damage to a Keep Lord. 4 damage after mitigation to a Keep Lord. So adding a 25% to the skills, it's a good starting point. It's not bad. So far, bombing, yes, something like that. So let's move on and see. So proximity alarm is removed. That is the tactic that increases your stealth detection by 50%. I used to use this sometimes to find witch elves and nuke them with my friends. Now they took that fun out of the game. That was really fun. You get high initiative plus 50%. You pretty much see every witch elf in the game and just have a little bit of fun with them. But you know, reinforced caching now additionally increases the ballistic skill of the player's turrets. So yeah, but DK Scout, look, 25% if you use auto repair plus, right, reinforced casing increases the ballistic skill of the player's turrets. So you get a ballistic increase for your turret, you get a 25% in healing here, and we have more to go. I think there's more stuff about it later. So it's a double buff on the pet so far. A solar tactic would be great for the Grenadier. It would. I don't mind the turrets. The turrets is not a bad mechanic visually and gameplay. The problem is that they feel you have to stick to them. You know what I mean? 100 feet range, you can play in a 6-man, you can walk around there, you can move around there, you can do stuff. 30 feet is literally pressing W for 1.5 seconds and you're out of range. You know what I mean? That's the problem. If they left the critical at 100%, they left everything at 100 feet. So you're effective. Even when you're moving inside the keep, imagine if you go from the postern to the main door, you're out of 30 feet. If you move from the postern to the main gate, if my memory serves right, you are 35 feet. You're out of range of your turret from the postern to the main gate. Like, you know what I mean? So we'll keep going here for a little bit. So we have a 25%. So that's one tactic wasted, and then reinforced casing, second tactic wasted if you want to buff your pets. Like, it's tactics, you know what I mean? It could have been given as skills, the same as the squig. Press a button, get 25%. Uh, 50 feet. Why would I have to compromise with that when it used to be 100% and was just fine? Why do I have to choose between the lesser evil? Between two evils? They could just leave it at 100 feet the way it was. It was working perfectly, allowing for mobility. Stopping power, rework into Drake Shot, Hip Shot, and Baron Blast now deal corporeal damage. So they're giving us a tactic to deal, instead of physical damage, to go into corporeal damage. Man, what the hell? My brain right now is making builds and combination of tactics, but if you go Tinkerer and you want to use Thunder Blast here to do more damage, then you also need auto repair for the pet to stay alive in the front line. So that's 2 tactics. And then you probably want to have reinforced in order to give it more HP and survive and do more damage. So like 3 tactics, and then you have nothing for your personal damage. And that's okay. That's okay, because like you can do something like the lion where you can super buff the pet and it kicks ass and you just kite around, right? Throw some grenades, support, and whatever. The question is, how effective will a static pet be once you buff its wounds, its ballistics, convert it into corporeal damage, and give it 25% damage? Will that pet be able to survive a fight, an AoE, You know what I mean? Like, I mean, waste the tactics, sure, but is that turret going to be enough to deal the damage while you kite around and stuff like that? It wouldn't be a bad gameplay. Same thing as the Lion version, where the pet does more damage than the player, and you walk around, you do your roots, your pants, or whatever, and this and that, and the pet is doing whatever it's doing. But when you have to move, if you move 30 feet, you lose your critical, you lose your buffs, you lose. Is the pet going to be enough for that kind of thing? Yeah, but I mean, like, smash buttons with just acid bomb and barney blast is just not gonna be fun gameplay, Bombling. DK Skull, no offense, dude. I understand that you're trying, as you say, to smooth the rough edges around. I didn't mean to have a go at you. You know how passionate I am about the engineer. I understand this, but they could have just left it. You know what I mean? Like, they can revert this instantly. It's not a problem. No, I don't want to choose between 50 feet and 45 feet. I want it to be back at 100 because it loses a lot of mobility, and the existing dots on the target will lose that. The target is running away. You chase, you stop at 80 feet. Your dots are still going to have the critical to deal damage as he runs away into a workham. You can kill him, for example. But if you run out of range and you lose the critical, your damage instantly goes down. So I have to retreat quickly to my turret, get the buff, and hope that my dots get the critical reapplied to go on with it. That kind of thing. It causes more problems like that. They shouldn't have touched that. This is not a trade-off. Like, we put it onto we put it as the main core ability, so we're going to reduce your range. Why? So don't spend a point. Like, anyways, no, I personally would like to be there because we're losing a lot of mobility. What else we have here? Stopping power has been replaced with a new Drake shot, giving the engineer the opportunity to make Thunder Blast and Hip Shot deal corporeal damage. We'll see how much more damage we can do with this. Tangle Wire damage increased from 6, 44, 25. This is our root, right? To 6, 50, 38. Slight increase into damage on the root. Still breakable. Right, both the roots, Bright Wizard and Engineer, breakable. Sork, unbreakable. Coordinated fire now additionally causes signal flare to be undefendable. This is good. This is the tactic that increases the damage to the target by 15% from all sources. Yourself, your group, your warband, anybody on the server does 15% damage on the target. So now it's undefendable, so it will always be applied. Note, it can still be cleansed. Okay, engineers, first use another dot, then this one. So if somebody cleanses, it cleanses the first one, right? Don't use signal flare first. Use incendiary round first. So if somebody tries to cleanse, it will remove this and not your buff dot. Important. It's a saying. So Bright Wizard gets a dot on top of the root. Sork gets an unbreakable root. NG is just flat damage. I mean, we had the damage anyways. I mean, we get 6 more points on the base damage, which is not very significant. And then the bonus damage increased quite a bit. But you do know that we need higher base damage to do that. It's a root. It's not meant to do a lot of damage. However, if you, like, this is the thing. You have a root, right? What's the purpose of the root? Let's think a little bit reasonable here. What's the purpose of the root? To stop somebody from moving, right? To do a thing in several situations. For example, you root somebody because you need to get away and you don't die. So you need them to stay rooted to gain distance, number 1. Number 2, you root somebody to catch them, right? So you can apply your damage. Number 3, you are kiting someone, because we're talking about a range class. You want to root them, right, in a safe distance, and as you get away, to have the ability to add more damage because you were getting your ass kicked. Having a root which has 2 disadvantages. Number 1, you're stopping temporarily, because we're talking about melee mainly, right? And they can remove it anyways. They have the ability to remove it, so it's kind of like useless. Second, you root them and you throw a dot as you go along, an auto shot or whatever, it breaks and they come after you. So my question still says the same. If I was to do 30 damage or 50 damage with these numbers, plus mitigation, whatever, Why would I want to waste a cooldown, a global cooldown in my AP, which we all struggle with AP in combat, to stop somebody for less than 1 second? On the other hand, if you see the Sorc one, you root them and you have 3 to 4 seconds, gain your distance to your dots, keep gaining distance, right? And you can nuke him as hard as you want, it's not going to break. I don't know if the removal is going to remove it. You know what I mean? So underling, we'll go into that in a minute. We're still on the engineer. Moving on a little bit, because engineer is going to take us a while, boys, to go through. I'm sorry, you know why. So turrets, let's see now the turrets. Going back to DK Skull that wants more damage on the turrets, 50%. So far we got the 25% via a tactic. We have the life increase, and we also got on the tactics for the turrets here. We got more HP and more ballistics, and 25% from this tactic. So let's see what else they get. Turrets. The damage bonus you gain from being nearby your turrets is changed to be a static based on your vicinity of your turret. Well, so it means you don't have to wait 8 seconds or 4 seconds to build it. You drop it, you get it. While you're within 30 feet, that damn number again, your damage is increased by 20%. Note, it used to be 40%, right? That's one of the biggest nerfs they did on the engineer. Otherwise, while you are within 45 feet of your turret, your damage is increased by 10. Gun turret. You gain 100%, now gains 100% from 75 of the player's ballistics. So the 25% plus extra ballistics plus an increase of 25% of the ballistics you have goes into the gun turret. So DK Skull, it's a triple buff on the pet. 75% of the weapon skill and 25% of the wounds from 50. So if you like, the single target sniper turret gets even more ballistics, more weapon skill for penetration, but less survivability. It's a long range pet as well. So that sounds okay to lose some wounds to get the extra damage there. Bombardment turret gains 100%, no change to the player's ballistics, 25% of the weapon skill. This is used usually when we do spell damage anyways, which is down from 30, right? Because it's meant to be used, you know, it has dots and corporeal damage anyways, and 75% up from 70 to the player's wound, so it gives it a little bit more survivability. Sorry, I forgot to say, gun turret, you also gain 10% fit range now. So the snipers from 100 goes to 110, all the abilities there, from 150 to 160 for the snipe. And the bombardment turret reduces the AP cost of your abilities by 5 as long as you remain within 30 feet. So that comes to cover slightly my complaint that the engineer has more expensive dots than the magus. So having that turret is going to help balance that a little bit. So if I go back a little bit to the pets of the magus here, where was that? They get the 10 feet as well. They get the AP as well. Okay, and then it's the 10% dodge and disrupt. So the pets get the same stuff. I'm just going to check the third one here. Flame turret, 100% the ballistic, 0 weapon skill, 100% of the wounds from 90, 10% dodge and disrupt while 30 feet from the flame turret. So the bonuses are the same. Okay. So the Magus did have and still has cheaper AP abilities, and now with the middle range turret, the Grenadier bombardment turret is also going to get an extra 5 down. So they will be able to cast more than the engineer within the 300 AP maximum that they have. I mean, the previous buffs were, you know, longer range for the longer explosion range of your dots. You could cover more people with that, and you were allowing yourself to cast all the dots while you were moving. That's before the changes they did. So on the previous update, they allow us to do everything on the move, so that ability on the turret is not required anymore. But I'm surprised that they didn't do 2 abilities per turret as before, right? And they kept it into 1. The AP 1 is good, so I mean, I don't know if I can call this a buff, because like it feels more like a quality of life rather than a buff. Because we also have the tactic. Now you're gonna say you're not gonna use the tactic. Well, it's 10 every second, and this one is reducing the cost by 5. It's a flat thing, so and you have to be stuck to your turret. Anyways, let's see some of the abilities. Snipe. Damage increased from 647 time plus 2 bonus damage plus 3 weapon damage to 647. So the base damage is the same. 3 times 3 the bonus damage and 3 weapons. So we get 1 more % of the bonus damage there. We'll see how significant that is. I mean, the problem with Snipe is that it's a 3-second. The highest snipe I have seen on the server ever is 3,100. That's the highest I've seen in my own eyes watching a stream. 3,100 many years ago. The problem with that is that's undefendable. Yeah, it's a 3-second cast and you're like, it's undefendable. It can be blocked, it can be parried from the target, whatever. It's going to hit. The problem starts after that for the 3 seconds cast time. And what's the problem? You're going to lose damage because of armor. You're going to lose damage because of toughness. You're going to lose damage because of a shield on the target. You're going to lose damage because if the target is guarded, 50% goes to the tank. And you're going to lose damage if you're detaunted. There are 5 significant mechanisms that reduces the damage a lot for a skill that's undefendable. However, a tank can parry it as block damage, right? As guard damage. It should be undefendable. So 50% should go on the target and 50% on the tank is undefendable. So you wouldn't have the problem with the guard there. Detaunt, yeah, fair enough. And then shields and all that. I feel that a skill with 3 seconds cast time, that you have to time it perfectly before the target hides, before the target runs out of range. You should be able to ignore the guard, or at least hit the tank and the player and bypass the shields. It should have been more damage oriented. There's 5 things that can reduce the damage throughout that, especially when some of the detaunts they have 100 feet and you have like 150 on that. You're not necessarily the 110, 120 to shoot. It loses a lot for the 3-second cast time. So if it's, you know, it's meant to be the pinnacle, the skill of the sniper build. So it should be like OP for the Magus as well, not one-sided, for the Magus as well. But being a physical damage, you have to deal with armor, with you know, with the shields, with the toughness, with the guard damage, with the detaunt. 3 seconds. I mean, sometimes we shoot targets and you do like 400 damage for 3 seconds. You're like, if I was doing something else that's a lot faster, I would have outputted more damage. So I don't know how much that's going to be increased to see a final damage applied. But we will see. I think they should have left the damage where it was and just make it so it can be guarded or split. You know, it can be defended by the tank. So the damage is applied to the enemy in any form. Napalm damage changed from 99.3 divided by 199.3 to 200. Oh, divided by 299. Oh, this is the 3 stages. Ah, that's why. So we get an increase. Do we get an increase? 199. We get a damage bonus increase in 2nd stage and last stage. So the first stage, first 10 seconds is the same. 2nd gets a higher damage bonus and 3rd gets higher damage bonus. Okay, that's good because Napalm was really considered a joke these days because you know, it does deal a lot of damage. This ramps up the damage a little bit towards the middle and end of the cast. It's 30 seconds on the floor. It's static. People can walk out of it. People can walk in it. So when it's applied, it should be doing more damage because it's easy to walk through and it's not stackable. So if you have a lot of napalms on top of the other, only one is dealing damage. So that is a nice little buff there. We have seen the damage of napalm changing over the years. Higher, lower, higher. Now it's low, up again. So yeah, we'll put it on the plus side, but you know. Yeah, napalm should be scaling. This is a better scaling, yes. I mean, we'll see. Probably they're going to change it again. Well, same applies for the myth bombling and for this. We have to see, but it's the point. I cannot say like how much more damage is going to get with the damage bonus here because every player has a different damage bonus. For example, my Grenadier has 300, 320. Other people play at 240, 260 because they go more survivable, you know what I mean? So somebody with the bonus damage at 290 and 300, it might be good. For someone at 240, 250, it might feel like shit. You know what I mean? This is a range TP at Furious. Sticky Bomb is the same change as in the version of the Magus here. It just deals now the damage faster in 5 seconds there, and the explosion just went up a little bit on the base damage. Bugman's Best. Ooh, let's see. Cast time reduced from 2 seconds to 1.5. Okay, we'll say yes. Radius increased from 25 to 45 feet. Still, no increase on the heal though. Okay, the cast time reduction is good. Probably it's gonna help, especially, see, like this, it's gonna work in conjunction with the new tactic that reduces the pushback by 50%, or reduces the pushback for some amount. The problem here is that I don't know how much. We have to see how much this works. It is on the right direction. Okay, we'll see how that works in the battlefield. The radius increased from 25 to 45. Okay, I wasn't expecting 100 feet on this. It would be nice because again the problem here is mobility, and what I mean by mobility is that when you're gonna, most of you guys play the game, and if you don't, like, you're gonna have a fight. You're not gonna sit on top of each other, don't press any buttons, and just only, pew pew fight. You're gonna have to move, you're gonna have to kite. It's a static hill. So it's easy for everybody to get out of the 25 feet that it was before. Now 45 gives you a little bit of mobility. 75 might have been ideal. I mean, for me, ideal would be 100, but 75 would be better. You'll be able to cover your group in a siege as well. Don't have to cluster on you. You would cover more of the ground floor, so you could cover some people, in the front while you're keeping yourself backwards and getting some heals as well. And the keg, I've said this before, the patch notes, that it would be nice to increase the healing a bit. It does 240 heal every 2 seconds. That's 120 a second, where most of the HOTS do 400 plus on the healers. Of course, they have more willpower, they're specialized, but they also are mobile and apply direct to the targets. Having a static heal, I feel you should be doing a little bit more on the healing end, and it's still above. The reduction time is above. The radius upgrade is above. I would prefer 75 to go somewhere in the middle ground, and at least doing like 350 every 2. So it's a bit more useful on that range. The original Napalm and Mist doubling scale in base damage on each stage. Yeah, it was, but they reduced it. The thing is that no matter what they do to this with the Napalm DK Skull, it's still not going to feel great because it's not a stackable thing. I did suggest through my stream, of course, I don't go to the forums anymore, that the best way to use Napalms and Mist is to create a diminishing return stackability. First Napalm, or whoever has the most points on the tree, whatever, does 100%, the second one 75%, the third one 50%, the fourth one 25%. Any napalm above that, it deals 0 damage. So the ground AoE would feel good when you have 3-4 people stacking it, but it wouldn't become OP because it has diminishing returns. So it goes down the more you stack it. So, you know what I mean? Like, in effect, having one at 75, one at 50, that's like 2 napalms, and the last one is like 2.2 napalms. Oops, what did I do? I pressed the button. It would be like effectively 2.2 napalms on the same spot. Not that great over damage, but still much better to play with and feel a bit more significant when you apply them together. Incendiary round AP cost reduced from 45 to 35. Cooldown removed. Oh man, this is good. This is good. It's going to be a problem for me because, I use the sequencer, so I keep spamming the button. So I'm going to be reapplying wasting AP. But no, this is good. This is good. No cooldown. So you can now do dot, tab, dot, tab, dot, just keep going there. Because it's a powerful single target dot. Signal flare cooldown removed as well. but it can only be applied to a single enemy at the time. Damage and duration change from 7 to 106 plus 086 over 21 to 5. Ooh, from 7 to 5. 206 086 over 15. So they reduced the time, so it deals the damage faster, but they dropped it from 7 to 5. That is a lot. I mean, we have to jump on the test server. I wonder if I can run the test server and the live server together. Oh, is that Tix, is it? Okay. I thought it was a damage multiplier. Okay, my bad. Okay, so it's not bad. Okay. Okay, that's good. The fact that now you can apply it on the one target. So if you play with coordinated fire, which increases the damage, it's good, because the problem I had a lot of the times is the problem that I had before was that you can do like signal flare on a target, it would die, and then you had 20 seconds on the cooldown, and you couldn't reapply the buff damage for your group anywhere else. Yeah, they have that little no raves there because it has no cooldown. So you can go ... to 4, 5, 6 people, having coordinated fire, amplifying the damage they receive by 15%. Because otherwise you have an engineer go ... like dot the entire enemy 6-man, and they would all get 15% more damage. So you can only do it once at a time. That's why they have that note that says you can only apply that to one target. It's because of coordinated fire making this a 15% damage increase from the entire server. It's outside of the group buff, so that's why they have that one there. There, DK is called something like that, yes. Yeah, no, the change on the signal flare and incendiary rounds is good. I don't know why incendiary rounds requires... oh, I know why it requires cooldown removal. Because, as I said earlier, most people, including myself, we use incendiary round first, then signal flare to mask signal flare from being disenchanted or removed from a healer. So they both have the cooldown removed, so you can go ... and then you have the masking and that. Yeah, yes, Reza. So that's why they put the restriction. So you can't go and spread that around for abuse. It's a good call there. This dot ability is crucial to the single target damage build of the engineer. Its long cooldown combined with the cooldown of incendiary shot made the target swapping practically difficult for the engineer. Signal flare no longer has a cooldown but can only be applied to enemy at a time. We feel like this is both a great way to balance the ability while still fitting within the context of the ability. So let's see what else we have. Flashbang grenade, projectile speed increased. That's also good because it wasn't get applied at the same time. You had a lot of issues. There's animation play a significant role in this game. Friction burn damage changed from 3 198.8 to 4 176.6. It lasts longer. I suppose this is going to be the same damage because there's one extra tick, but it's nice that it lasts longer. Static discharge damage increased from dealing 187,075 once to dealing 187,067 twice. Cooldown increased from 5 to 10 seconds. Oh, that's good. That's good. The most notable damage buff to Tinkerer is a buff to static discharge. You gotta love that shit. The most notable damage buff to the Tinkerer is the buff to the static discharge. This previously lackluster ability will now reward the engineer of going into melee range for the maximum AoE output. Really? Like, really? Like, dude, 35 action points, right? You quickly trigger one of your many gadgets to release a sudden shockwave, dealing 220 damage. Like, even if I go this to fucking max, 25 feet. Yeah, 25 feet. No, I like it as well for the tanky stuff. Yeah, I know it's twice, but still, man, like I understand it's a nice change. It's a buff for the close range. Is this? I like the way they present it. The most notable buff, like we don't care, you can buff your turret like 100% is not notable. The fact that Snipe gets an upgrade or Napalm gets an upgrade, that's not notable at all, right? It is that skill that nobody ever used in their lives, which I still think is not going to do a lot of damage, but it's going to be there. I like the way they put things. Anyways, I'm moving down. I'm weird. You know this. I'm weird. Shock Grenade. Cooldown increased from 20 to 60 seconds. No longer induces global cooldown and additionally grants unstoppable for 3 seconds to the affected allies. Electromagnet. Randomness in pull distance reduced, making the ability more consistent overall. That's good. Same thing we saw in the Magus. But it is good. And we'll be able to pull some people properly. Bomb anti-squads. I mean, look. You can attack twice, right? Every 10 seconds. It is big. Shock grenade. Yeah, the thing is, hold on a second. Shock grenade. Which one is shock grenade? Shock grenade isn't that the one that used to remove the stagger, isn't it? Yeah, that one. Yeah. I don't know, man. I've never really used this. What is it? I've never really used this one ever. And also, like, is it just now? It's an additional bonus here, the unstoppable. So, can you use it if someone is not staggered? Or does it prevent you from, like, you have to use them when people are staggered? We have to see, because if you can use this if people are not staggered, then yeah. But if people have to be staggered and then use that, I don't know. Because if my friends are staggered and I play a melee engineer, like a frontline engineer, right, then I'm staggered as well. So I don't know. It is Razor, but it's what I'm saying is, if you are on the back lines and you're not staggered, you know what I mean? You're an engineer, you're meant to be at the back, but the way, like, Marauders push in with instant knockdowns and staggers, it's extremely difficult to be used, in my opinion. Okay, I think it's difficult to use it. I'm not the highest skilled player on the server either, so it's a good thing to have the 3 seconds. The thing is, you have to use it. I don't know, because this is meant to remove the stagger from other people and then give them that unstoppable. Can it be used without somebody being staggered? That's the thing. We'll see. It's not a bad change either. Electromagnet is good. Morals, autoloader, rework to self-instant. For the next 10 seconds, the cooldown of your gun abilities are reduced by 10 seconds. What? And the chance to critically hit is increased by 25. For the next 10 seconds, the cooldowns of your gun abilities are reduced by 10 seconds. What the no cooldown. 8 seconds. No cooldown. 10 seconds. No cooldown. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 60 seconds. Yeah, snipe, but for me personally, snipe is really bad, man. I said why. I mean, I get more damage. I get more damage out of like spamming Gun Blast, like seriously, than actually spamming snipe. Yeah, I used to have one of those bumbling with Gun Blast, like a tanky engine with Gun Blast, but it did well for a little bit. The problem with those builds is, and I'm saying this with my core and tanky build, that for the last 10 days, I've been unable to tank any witch elf. I don't know what has changed, but you know. Now it has 3 DB. We'll check DK. I'm going to have to make new builds. We'll see. These numbers right now, like I said before earlier, I don't know if you were here, they don't really tell me much. I need to go into the server, shoot the dummy, shoot the construct, shoot some people, and then I'll know how that is. Right now, these numbers don't tell me anything. Because I can do the math and say, oh, I'm going to be doing 700 damage. And then, like I said, toughness, armor, detaunt, shields, all that kind of shit. And then, yeah, it was, the math says 2000 damage, but I hit the shark for 187. Well, you know. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying I have to test all these things to see how things work. So it's 10 seconds. For the next 10 seconds, the cooldowns are reduced by 10. So you get 5 snipes. So you go like snipe, then is the global cooldown, you do morale 1, snipe, it gets reduced by 10, global cooldown, snipe, global cooldown. So yeah, it's 5 snipes. No, it's not 5 snipes because it's 3-second cast time, isn't it? So it's 3, 6, it's 2 snipes. Yeah. Yeah, 25% increase. I still don't know if 2 snipes. Is it 4? Oh, it's 4. It's 3 seconds plus 1 cooldown. That's 4, and 3 seconds to cast it. It's 3 seconds to cast it, and 1 the global cooldown. That's 4, and the second one is 4. That's 8. Yeah, 8, and then 9 seconds is the global cooldown. Then you get another one, so that's 3. Okay, so it's 3 plus 1 you start with. Yeah, you start with 1 and then you get 3. Yeah, you have the CDK. That's the thing. You have the tactic to reduce the casting time, but if you use that tactic to reduce the casting time, what are you going to lose? You're going to lose Thunderer. You're going to lose Ballistics. You're going to lose Fighting Chance. You're going to lose the critical tactic to add that. What are you going to lose and how are you going to use that? It is, and again, it isn't, because it depends what you're going to lose. Are you going to lose like weapon skill for penetration from the armor? Because it's undefendable but not unmitigatable. Are you going to lose the tactic for the critical, the tactic for the weapon skill, the tactic for ballistics, more damage, the tactic for the critical, and you're going to drop your critical 15 to gain 25 for a bit, and then all your skills will be shit? You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, if you have max crit, it will get you up to 65% crit chance, but what are you going to lose for it? The tactics and the builds are changing with this quite a bit. Mortar round removed, so all classes have 3 morale 2 options. So they gave us the other one. Scatter shot replaced by unshakable focus, self-instant. A cold unyielding focus causes the ability to have 50% less chance to be defended against, and the chance to critically hit increased by 100% for 15 seconds. Additionally, you cannot be set back while casting. Yeah, see, Scattershot is much better, isn't it? Because you get 100% critical, 15 seconds. Yeah. 50% less chance to be defended, so you can spam for 15 seconds Gunblast. You know what I mean? Gunblast with 100% crit, 50% chance to be defended, a lot more. Yeah, okay, this one is morale 1, but it's still, yeah, this is morale 3, but still, this on a single target build, and morales these days, you can build them, you know, you can add the extra 1 thingy or 2, whatever it is from the pocket, get pumped, and then just unleash hell with that, because Gunblast doesn't have a cooldown anyway, so you just spam the living shit out of it. And it does, in my opinion, a lot more damage than Snipe. Yeah, Thunder Blast M2. Yeah, you can use that with Thunder Blast and attack it with corporeal damage. So there's a lot of new builds coming up. I'm gonna have to do a lot of work, and it happens the worst moment because I started a full-time job on the 1st of August. So, artillery barrage now deals 800 damage. Every 2 seconds to enemies within 25 feet, but additionally reduces the chance of enemies within the artillery barrage to defend the tanks by 50%. So you deal 800 damage every 2 seconds. How long does this thing last? This is like 800 damage every 2 seconds for how many seconds? Like, what, for 20 seconds? That'd be good. So I don't know for how long? Every 2 seconds. Okay. I mean, the chance to defend attack is good. It helps everybody else while they're nuking them with something else. You know. That's good, but we'd like to know for how long this is. Probably 4 seconds, I would say, because otherwise the damage is too much. 1600 would be okay. Every 2 seconds. Maybe hit them twice. Fling explosives reworked, damaging instant. You fling packages of explosives all around you, which explode after a short delay, dealing 2,400 damage to all enemies within 25 feet. So a close range morale, right, for the frontline engineer that we're trying to make here. Pets, flame turret, armor increase from 1,200 to 2,400 as the Magus. Machine gun damage change from 37 plus 1.5 bonus to 150 to 0.5 bonus. Going back to DK Skull, so that's the other part of the single target. I like when they have high base damage. I really do. Now, so that went 3 times up. One, and that went two times down. Yeah, I think it's a little bit higher than what it was. If we do the math, I don't know. We'll see. Shock grenade cast time reduced from 2 to 1, and the damage increased from 199 to 225. Okay. High explosive grenade cooldown reduced from 8 to 6. High explosive grenade. Which one is the high explosive grenade? Oh, it's the pet ability. Sorry. Yeah, okay, my bad. Flamethrower cast time reduced from 2 seconds to instant damage type change from physical to corporeal. Why the hell does this thing exist in the game? Why would a flame turret be doing physical damage? Like, how did that make any sense? All right. I mean, a flame turret is doing physical damage, man. Like, you know what I mean? At least it was changed to corporeal 12 years later, but okay. Steam Vent. Damage changed from 75 plus 0.5 to 150 plus 1. Oh, that is a significant increase here. Because the bonus damage is up and the base damage is up. You know what I haven't seen here? You know what I haven't seen here? They didn't change the gun turret ranged attack from melee to ranged. That's what I don't see here on the bug fixes, unfortunately. The gun turret auto attack is still, if it's not here, is still considered melee, both for the Magus and the Engineer, and it can be parried at 100 feet. They need to look into that. I was expecting that that would be here as a bug fix, but it's not. Okay, so just a quick summary here for the Engineer. They are giving a lot of stuff to the turrets. We'll see how good or bad they are, and a lot of buffs on the damage and increasing damage and stuff. But they are tying the Engineer a lot to the turrets. While the Magus gets a teleport, gets more mobility, 50% speed buff to move around and teleport and all that, giving him an amazing out there gameplay. The Engineer gets exactly the opposite. Sit your ass on your turret or you get fuck all. So we'll see how that's going to play out. Like, because I don't think we can stay on the turret with the way the melee are hitting. Like, Like, you know, a 200 chopper doing 1200 auto attack between spells, which are hitting for 800. So within 2 seconds, you get 2000 damage plus mitigation on that. And you're doing a dot which sticks after 3 seconds for 150 damage. The engineer won't be able to stick on the turret. It's going to have to be mobile as always, and it's going to keep losing damage because the critical has been reduced to 35 feet. The bonuses for the damage reduced to 35 feet. Your healing increased to 45 feet, still out of kiting range, and so on and so forth. The engineer got some upgrades. You know, the fact you can heal your turret, the abilities can do 25% more damage. And the body blast change to corporeal damage is good. A lot of the turret abilities got more damage. And some of the other stuff, you know, reduce cooldowns, tactics to reduce pushback when you're channeling. Yeah, the fact that you get the damage bonus instantly instead of over time, although it was only 2 seconds after the changes they did. But so the engineer on the Tinkerer and the Grenadier gets a little bit more damage, but it loses a lot of mobility. If I like the changes on the turret, yeah, I mean, the turrets need to be buffed. They were super nerfed ages ago when Witch Elves were complaining that they were getting hit for like 800 damage on the abilities. Now it looks like they're going back up to a decent damage, so they're useful. And we get more damage and we lose a lot of mobility. The gameplay will still be static. Yeah, I mean, my Grenadier at the moment is a 290 DK Skull. My Grenadier is a 290. I can hit 310 with a Rune Priest buff, I think. It might be a bit lower because they changed all the weapons and stuff, so I don't remember exactly the numbers, but my classes play around above 250 all the time. But the thing is, the nice changes is a positive change to the engineer with the AP reduction, the buff on the turrets, buff on the napalm, the changes on that. But again, my problem here is mobility is being nerfed, while the Magus get 10 times, 300% more mobility than we did. Okay. And the other problem that I have here with the engineer is that they're telling me go play in the front lines. We give armor to your turret. We give it more damage. We convert you to corporeal and stuff. But you can't have your turret with you. So if you push, you're going to lose 20% damage. If you push, you're going to lose your critical. If you push, you're not going to have any of the benefits. And like, how the fuck does that work in the front lines? So so that doesn't work again on open field in any situation. But what they're converting the engineer to is we have to say the test server is not up yet. I'm going to see if it's up yet. So we lose mobility. So the Magus becomes more viable, right, into open field with the extra 50% speed buff on the morale, with the teleport thing, the extra damage he's getting, and all the other stuff. Yes, he has the same problem, 30 feet, lose some stuff away from the turrets, but he at least he has survivability through mobility. The engineer is becoming more static. It's like it feels like they're trying to specialize in frontline funnel main gate, you know, frontline funnel postern, frontline static bridge on Kalendor, right? He can't really effectively keep the damage going while he's moving with the turrets and stuff. Which I can say, yeah, okay, but he would need to get more defenses. If he's gonna stand in front of stackable melee damage, he needs shitloads more. He needs a lot more to stay there without moving and defend against 5 choppers hitting him at the same time. While his napalm, you know, only hits them once every 2 seconds, the dots. By the time you do the dots, you need like approximately 12 seconds to build your dots on the target. In 12 seconds, plus that's 6 attacks. If every attack does like almost 1,000 damage, by the time you do your dots and they all start ticking together to do your burst with like a focus fire, hip shot or whatever, you already took 6,500 damage on a 1v1, no healers and whatever. So it's a huge difference when the melee jump you and you don't have the mobility. In this case, the Magus will be able to stagger them, use morale 2 if he was in a fight, whatever. You know, situations change all the time. 50% speed buff, go away and drop a turret, has the thing to play around the target easier. And we also, as I said, we have to check if the teleport from the Magus can take him up in a keep, up in the walls from down, or the other way around, so he can play between up and down in the doors and, you know, stuff like that. We'll see how that's gonna work. A lot of good changes, okay? But I'm a bit worried about the direction the engineer is going. He got tied up to the turrets too much, and to get all these wonderful things, you know, corporeal damage on the Blast, he needs to use a tactic. To do more damage on the turret, he needs to use a tactic. To get, you know, AP reduction and stuff, he needs to have the turret be at 30 feet. Anything he does, he has to be 30 feet from the turret, which is very restrictive, and he has to waste too many tactics for that. You know what I mean? Too many tactics for that. So his damage is going to go down. And again, the question is, okay, the engineer himself or herself is going to lose the damage. Will the pet, the turret, be enough to compensate if we do all the tactics? Questions we're going to try and answer when we start playing and doing testing. We'll do it together, okay? We'll try all the tactics. We have all the gear in the game, so we can play around a little bit, and we'll see how that goes. But for the moment, we're going to leave it here. Just to reply to people that told me I'm going to be super hyped and amazed with these parts, I'm going to love it, I'm going to fall off my chair from happiness and cry out, oh yeah, yeah, all that. Not really. Mediocre kind of situation, because we gained some damage, we changed the mechanics a bit, but the engineer lost a lot of mobility, which in today's gameplay is almost a death sentence. I'm glad more for nerfing Shadow Warrior and Squig Herder. So we all agree Squig Herder won the rework. Let's have a look. We're moving on to the next one now. Squiggy! Summary. The path of big shooting has been improved by increasing synergy with Gas Squig and a reworked Poison Arrow, offering a more competitive alternative next to the current range meta playstyle, revolving around quick shooting abilities and tactics combined with Finish Them Off. Yeah, Finish Them Off is Scourge, man. The Path of Bouncing now has its Morale 4 ability back at 15 points. It has also been given a few new or improved effects and tactics for those who want to play a pet using more single target focused melee build. In terms of AoE, they have gotten a slight improvement to their output with the change to "The Smell Don't Bother Me." We've slightly reduced the size of the game's largest toolkit, but done so in a way we think doesn't take away from the overall feel and fun of the class or its versatility. The uptime of pressure available on the current quick shooting build has been toned down. The Squig Herder now follows the norm when it comes to number of morale abilities and their placement. AP costs have been equalized between many of the near mirror abilities shared with the Shadow Warrior. Okay, let's go have a look. Because, I mean, it was on the grapevine, as they say, you know, that there was going to be a nerf on the Shadow Warrior and the Squig. And let's be honest, still, Witch Elf is broken. Squig was broken. We'll see now, and the Shadow Warrior was broken. And I'm still waiting to see what they're going to do about the Zealot and the Rune Priest. Because those two are a bit broken on the single target, like, massively. So that's for the different parts, though. Tactics. Aiming quickly. Move to 7 points path of big shooting. No longer reduces the cast time of Poison Arrow. Instead, causes what blocker to reduce the target's corporeal resistance by 360. Hold on a second. I've got to go to the Squiggy because these changes are important and I got to see what we're talking about here. So, what tactic we're talking about? Aiming quickly. Aiming quickly. Ping and Poison Arrow now build up 1 second faster. So if you equip that tactic now, if you pick it at 7 points on big shooting, it doesn't reduce the casting time. Oh, it changed to what blocker, which is the armor one to reduce. So what blocker, which this one, deals damage, removes armor by 990, chance to block by 10. So it adds a corporeal debuff onto that. Okay. I feel your pain. Move to 11 points in path of big shooting and rework to poison area duration is increased to 7 seconds and poison damage deals 10% more damage for each 10% health missing on the target. Anytime you critically hit with a path of big shooting ability, you gain 50 action points. So they lose the action point stuff on the critical. And poison arrows last longer and deals 10% more damage for it. So it can be used after 50%. So we'll be dealing, like, if you shoot somebody at 50%, it will be doing 50% more damage. Yeah. But if you combine it with a feel your pain, right, you're gonna remove the corporeal resistance here. And then if the target is below 50 and then you do poison arrow at 50%, right? You do this combo at 50% of the target, or 40% HP, then you're doing 60% more damage. Plus that debuff, you can go up to 70, 80% more damage. Given that, you have to waste 2 tactics for that combo. So I don't know what tactics Quiggies are using, but that kind of thing too. This will make them a great finisher. What I mean is, like, they'll do pew 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 pew. We'll just wait for everybody else to get people low, and then they can use this about 50%. Boom boom, and then they go down to 30 plus to finish them off. It's a new combo. I'll be around doing some debuffs, and then they'll be the killers. They're getting all the death blows. Just top of my head, just thinking a little bit there. Sharp Tooths now additionally cause Get Them to increase the player's auto attack damage by 25% 10 seconds. Okay. Sneaky Bouncing no longer grants more armor when using Squig Armor. This move to The Smell Doesn't Bother Me below. Sneaky Gate replaced by the Smell Doesn't Bother Me. Your Squig Armor grants an additional 50% of armor from items, and your attacks deal an additional 187 corporeal damage against any target affected by bad gas. I don't know, and please don't talk to me about him. I don't want to talk about people like that. Quick shooting has lost a bit of its consistent sustained DPS by shooting quicker. No longer affects the pet. Oh, quick shooting no longer affects the pet auto attack of the pet. I got lots. Now available at level 15 and additionally reduces Farty Squeeze cooldown by 10 seconds. Tastes like Study. New tactic replacing The Smell Doesn't Bother Me. Available at 39. You and Squig now heal for 100% of the damage that you respectively deal with Get Them. Yeah, but so hold on a second. Squig Frenzy. No, where was I here? You and Squig now heal for 100% of the damage you deal with Get Them. Which skill is Get Them? Which one is... Which one is Get Them? Path of Bouncing. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I missed it. Thank you. You attack together on each other's target. You strike your target, blah, blah. Your pet strikes the target as well. If you're within 35 of your pet, again, cooldown 10 seconds. So they can heal every 10 seconds for whatever damage the player... I'm assuming whatever damage the player does goes to the player. Whatever damage the pet does goes to the pet. Okay. Not sure. I'm not sure, Ravzar. I have to check, but right now I want to finish the Pat's notes. Say hello to my little frenzy. New tactic available at 37. The cooldown of the Squig Frenzy is reduced by 20 seconds. Activating Squig Frenzy resets your Squig's cooldowns. Isn't that the one that buffs the Squig for 25%? So it went from 60 to 20. Yeah, so from 60 to 40. Sorry, from 60 to 40. So they can buff the Squiggy faster. So they can buff it faster. Probably gonna be able to buff it twice or maybe even 3 times in a fight. Okay. So I mean, I don't know. So far I don't see any big nerfs here. I mean, they say they lost consistent DPS probably because of this, but I don't know. We'll see. Poison Arrow reworked. Alignment, 30 AP, 100 feet, 2 seconds cast time, 10 seconds cooldown. Deals 300 plus 2 bonus, plus 2 weapon. Corporeal damage to your target and poison them, dealing an additional 5 times 75 plus half bonus. Corporeal damage over 5. Poison Arrow and Affiliar Pain has been reworked, and aiming quickly has been changed in order to provide a set of synergy mastery investments for those who wish to lean into big shooting playstyle. Trading mobility for more reach and a high burst pressure window. Finish them off damage above 30% health reduced from 299 plus half bonus plus 2 weapon damage to 262 plus 1.5 bonus plus 1.5 weapon skill. So the damage goes down on that. Good. Bad gas now requires Squig armor. Okay, that's good. Taste like studies removed. That was the healing one that we did the Squigs, if I remember. Out of my way. Move to 13 points of path of bouncing. Now, targets cannot be knocked back more than once every 1.5 seconds, similar to Wind of Insanity. Thank God for that. What blocker? AP cost reduced from 40 to 35. Duration increased from 10 to 15. Ah, that's a buff, though. That's a buff. Exploring Arrow. Damage type changed from elemental to corporeal. I tell you what, though, I kind of like this changing them always to corporeal, because every single ring I make during the event is corporeal. Not that it makes any difference, to be honest, but lots of arrows. AP cost reduced from 30 per second to 25 per second. Flight speed increased. What? Why we didn't get something like that on Focus Fire? What is Focus Fire's? Focus Fire. Ah, we are at 25. Aha. We have faster flight time. Possible. All right. Squig armor now grants 792 armor instead of half the amount gained from items. Hold on. Didn't we read that somewhere else? Ah, that's a tactic. Your Squig armor grants an additional 50% armor for items. And your attacks. Okay, so they get a flat armor now. And if they want more, they have to use a wasted tactic. Okay, that sounds good. That sounds good. Well, not necessarily. I mean, you can use the tactic. I was just looking at that. So Squig armor now grants you 792, and if you want the 50% from your gear, you have to use a tactic to get it back. Squig armor no longer provides armor based on your gear at baseline, but instead a flat buff. For Squigs, for builds going deep into bouncing, the option to keep some extra armor from talismans and equipment remains available via the smell doesn't bother me. Art Nogging no longer reduces threat generated by your pet. Instead, increases the damage of your pet by 25% for 3 seconds. Another pet buff. Katya is removed. Which one is Katya? Katya was, where did I say that one? This one. Alignment deals. Oh, they lose the melee dots. Art nogging. Which one is art nogging? Art nogging. Reduces the threat generated. Okay, so it doesn't reduce the generated. So a second buff for the pet. So they still have the 25 for 3 seconds, and the 100% morale. What the fuck? I mean, the engineer pets and the magus got a buff, but this is a mobile pet, man. Kaboom! Radius reduced from 30 to 25 feet. Damage reduced from 112 plus 1 to 225. Ooh, almost halved. Almost halved. Kaboom! Battle squeak explodes, causing you to be launched. Okay, that's the AoE punt they do, so the damage has been reduced significantly. And it has to be closer, okay. Yeah, I think they're trying to specialize. It's like trying to say to people, if you want to play this, you have to go deep into the build. It's not for, you know. It was good because a lot of like range squiggies would switch to the armor squig when they're in trouble and they're getting too much armor and increasing the survivability quite a bit. Like, I think what they're trying to say here is if you want to play single target, go play single target. If you want to play, you know, run and shoot, play that. If you want to play melee, play that. You can't just have a little bit of everything. Yeah, DK Skull, 25% if you use the tactic, plus the tactic that gives your ballistic to the turret, plus the increase they gave from gaining the ballistics on the turret, plus something else I don't remember. We get it from 5 to 6 different sources. Another problem here is that this pet, the pets from the squig, and this is the biggest problem for me, is that the squig can shoot you at 215 feet. Which means the squig can be in a safe distance, buffing anytime they want, whether you're at 25% HP or whatever, the pet by 25, 25, and 100 to finish you off while they are behind a wall with no line of sight, behind a tree with no line of sight, and 214 feet away from you. And why it is 250 feet is because the pet can be 100 to 115. That 15 is for the server, you know, latency and stuff. So it's 100 feet away from the pet, from the squig before it's automatically unsummoned, and the abilities shoot at 110. So that's like with the lag and stuff on the server, it can shoot you at 215. So if you're chasing a squig and using the speed buff tactic and goes away from you, the squig can be 100 plus, right? It can be 100 plus from you. You can't touch it. And the pet is still like running behind him, DPSing you. While my turret, I can only recall it once at 100 feet. You know what I mean? It's the longest shooting pet in the game, always has been. That's the maximum range. Or the squig can be 100 feet, 200 feet away from you, trying to chase you, and has sent the pet, which goes 100 feet in front of him, and the pet is long range DPS you on 100. Like, you know what I mean? It's a problem on mobile pets to have so much damage, especially when they don't require line of sight from the owner to shoot you. Because I can be inside the keep and just send it outside and own people. It's same thing with a melee pet from the lion, right? But the lion pet has to shoot you at 100 feet maximum. That's it. It doesn't go any further. That's a big problem for me on the squig. Yeah, and with exactly. And with them now getting 20 seconds reduction on the buff for the pet, it's gonna be even more. They're trying to make them like a version where you can like super buff the pet, but I mean, they're trying to do that with the engineer pets as well, but it's completely different because of the mobility and the range on that. Because my abilities on the turret have 100 feet, but the turret won't follow you, keep shooting you at 100 feet. I have to physically catch up to you and recall it to start shooting you again. Waste AP, waste time, waste resources. They get it a lot easier, and they have a lot of tools as well. Run and shoot damage increased from 150 plus half 1.5 bonus plus 1.5 weapon to 187. So, okay, 1.5 and 1.5. So we get a slight increase on base damage on run and shoot. That is the ability that the squig can shoot while it's moving. Haven't lost much. I mean, the armor thing is good, and the healing thing that took away a little bit, rebalancing on the things, the punt. They're losing some of the tools. The damage is still there. I'm a bit worried about the pet buffs. Morals, wind up the wow. Now available again at 15 points morale in Path of Bouncing. Out of Mork, dot part now deals 1,200 damage over 5, down from 10 seconds. Okay, so burst here. Step on the gas. New morale ability replacing Squig Goo, which itself got replaced by Crippling Barrage. Buff. Rank 2 morale, 100 feet range, instant, 60 seconds cooldown. You send one of your least favorite squigs to motivate one of your group members. The squig will chase them around for 10 seconds, increasing the movement speed by 30% for the duration. The squig constantly expels fumes, granting a barrier absorbing 240 damage every second to group members within 25 feet of the target. So they're giving another speed buff to Destro. Okay, we got the Magus with 2 speed buffs. Now, Squig gets a second speed buff while we get tied up to our turrets. We can't move, right? So we're just like dummy turrets. And this thing can go around giving shields to everybody on the group. I don't know. I'm speechless. We get like to waste 3 tactics to buff a turret, and these guys are getting 2 classes with extra 50% speed buff on the Magus, 30% on this, and group shields. And we got to use 3 tactics to get corporeal damage on the Boundary Blast, where it could just be converted into corporeal by default and save us the trouble and keep our builds intact with just more output of damage. A new morale 2 has been added to make the number of options equal to other classes, where Squig Herders will find a new tool for providing your group members with utility in a bit of defense. Squig Goog's effect has been moved to a new archetype morale 2, Crippling Barrage, which will be available for all physical range DPS. Pets. Pets have had various balance changes to both their stats and their abilities. We hope this brings the roster closer to each other in terms of viability. Melee pets can once again be summoned on the move from inside the Squig armor. It's gonna be a lot more distant scenarios, dude. Because like Morale 2, right? I'm gonna use Morale 2 to do damage. Now they get to defend against this. They're gaining more and more mobility on Destro, while I want to see the Shadow Warrior as well. But the Engineer got more damage, yes, thank you very much. But the entire gameplay now is sit on your turret. That's it. That's what I can see from the patch notes. I'll say this again to be clear. If I don't play it, I can't say for sure. But for me, it feels that we're wasting too many tactics to buff a pet that has no mobility, no range, no super grid buffs, and I have to stick with it just to get by. When I see that now Destro classes getting mobility, getting shields, getting teleports, and you know, we'll see. So, Summon Squig, armor increased from 2,200 to 3,000. Okay. Now it can be summoned on the move while the Squig armor. So that's the melee pet. So our turrets, the frontline turrets, also got an increase of armor to 2,400. The Squig pet gets even more, and it can be while moving. Well, we cannot do that. Yeah, we'll talk about this, Andy, in a minute, and we'll talk about this in a minute. Horned Squig now gains 50% of the player's wounds from items instead of toughness. Can now be summoned on the move while in the Squig armor. Okay. Gag Squig now gains 100% not change from the player's ballistics, 50% player's weapon skill down from 100, and 50% up from 0 on player's wounds and item bonus. Spike Squig now gains 100% down from 150 the player's ballistics, and weapon skill up from 50. So they reduce the damage it does, but increase the arm penetration that it does. It might come down to the same. So this is not a buff or a nerf, because it was doing more damage, but it was getting more mitigation. I will do less damage, but it penetrates 50% of the weapon skill goes in there. Group shooting. Cast time reduced from 2 to 1 seconds. All frenzied effect removed. now applies 1 stack of goop every 10 seconds, stacking 2 times. The big shooting hits will consume 1 stack of goop and deal additional 150 plus 1.5 bonus corporeal damage, while frenzied goop shooting applies 2 stacks of goop. What the fuck? So the pet is shooting you 1 stack of goop for 10 seconds, which stacks 2 times. And then when it does that, your big shooting is the path, or is there a skill called big shooting? Big shooting. So all these abilities here, when the pet does that, you're gonna get an additional 150 plus 1.5 bonus damage of corporeal damage. And while frenzied, the 25% damage the pet gets, goop shooting applies 2 stacks of that. So you can have the pet keep stacking that shit and get extra damage from there. So the pets are still much better than the engineer pets and the changes they got, like 100% better. Spore Cloud, damage type change from physical to corporeal. Old frenzied effect removed. Now additionally reduces the enemy's chance to dodge by 10% for 10 seconds. While frenzied, the next ability hit against the target affected by Spore Cloud is almost always a critical hit. What the fuck? So you can you can have the squig pet doing the same amount of damage while increases all your damage from your single target, or you can have the AoE pet making sure that you get 100% crit. What the fuck? Like, seriously, like, I mean, is it just me? Tell me, like, seriously, is it just me, or right now I'm watching the Sork getting the better route, right, between the Bright Wizards, which they have very few changes, and then we look at the Magus, teleports, speed buffs, you know, 100% crit on the pets and stuff like that, and then the engineer gets stay at your turret, use 5 tactics to buff them, and call it a day, and then we'll go to the Squiggy, lost some armor on the melee, was a little bit too much, yes, it got nerfed, no doubt about that. And then we're looking at the buffs on the pets, and the pets are compensating for everything that they lost and even more. You can have the pet automatically with no global cooldowns on you, no AP, adding damage, corporeal damage nevertheless, right? And reduce casting time. They can just keep shooting this shit, right? To all your single target spells, and then you can go AoE and get a guarantee crit. Oh my god. Like, see, people are gonna come and say to me, this is gonna happen, right? Oh, you got your engineer buffed and this and that. Yeah, I got buffed like 30%, and then the squig got buffed 200%. You do know that I have a 4075 squig, right? You know, I mean, I haven't finished my squig, but the squig is there. Yeah, I do have a squig. I think he's on Vanquisher or something. Gore dot increased from 5 20 plus 0.23 bonus to 5 45 plus 0.3 increase on the gore dot, more damage to the squigs. Headbutt cooldown and duration reduced from 20 to 10, damage increased. You gotta love this with the pets. They keep buffing the pets to shit. Poison Spine, old frenzied effect removed. Now, while frenzied, your squig's auto attack haste is increased by 50% for 5 seconds. So they removed it from the tactic and they gave it to them while frenzied every 40 seconds. Yeah, we removed it and then... No, it's next one, Zindar. Give me a second. Dude, everything they lost, they're gaining on the pets, which is more deadly because they have their own cooldowns, they don't use AP, they don't need line of sight, right? So now the squigs can just sit inside a keep and just nuke you with the fucking pets. Headbutt, cooldown and duration reduced from 20 to 10. Damage increase. Poison Spine, auto attack 50%, sorry. Spine Fling, Frenzied effect reduced from 50% faster tick to interval to 25. Okay, that's a bit of a nerf. Yeah, 1 in 10. Squig Squill no longer increases your pet's damage on the target. Instead, while frenzied, taunt enemies also deal 30% less damage for duration. So you press the frenzy, it like the pet doesn't get the damage, right? Yeah, who needs it? Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, but imagine this though. If you detaunt the target and your pet gets with a frenzy, doesn't get the damage, adds an additional 30% damage reduction. It's a different source. It should stack. It's a different source. Are you kidding me, man? Like, I don't know. Dude, who wants to bet that there's gonna be a massive amount of rain squeaks right now? Hold on a second. Out of curiosity, man. All right, so 48% squig herders. 50. I mean, the changes are not live yet. I'm just looking at the numbers so I can remember. So we're playing a close to 50% here between Shadow Warrior and Squiggy, okay? Let's all remember 50%. When the changes come live, let's remember those numbers, okay? Well, the thing about the test server, guys, is that I find this to be silly. They release the notes in advance, right? I mean, we've all been waiting for this for so long, and we want to test and we want to do stuff. And I would at least fix the test server to be ready, then release it, and intentionally wait and open it up like 3 hours later. Don't give the patch notes and make people hyped to go and try things out, and then say, oh, sorry, it's going to be in 2 days. You know what I mean? Like, we were waiting for so many months, waiting for one more day. It wouldn't hurt us if they did that tomorrow and make sure the server was on. You know what I mean? Just, it's a simple organization thing. Don't open the notes today, open them tomorrow. You know, it's already, you know, typed out and everything. Just press the button tomorrow and make sure everything was okay. All right, boys. Shadow Warrior. Let's see what they get. The other thing is, the raves are on the notes at the beginning. I said this earlier, that it doesn't say how long the test server is going to be on, because the last patch was for 2 days. So, all right, Festering Arrow has been reworked. Shadow Warrior, sorry. Summary: Festering Arrow has been reworked in a way that allows Path of the Scout to remain the go-to for range burst, while giving more counterplay opportunities for those on the receiving end. Path of the Skirmisher will see a reduction in AoE damage, like we had in Alpha Warbands, but adjustment done to Lilith's Arrow, Split Arrow, and Steady Aim. Spiral, Fletched Arrow, and Broadhead Arrow now have the default range set to 65 feet, but the Path will once again have access to a tactic that increases the range of all the targeted abilities. Underused tactics have been improved or reworked to provide more potential options without necessarily becoming new staples. The Assault Shadow Warrior has been turned away from the stance camping playstyle with high passive mitigation and towards a more fluid, high risk reward hybrid range opportunity. AP costs have been equalized between many of the near mirror abilities shared with the Squig Herder. Oh boy. Hey, little demons. Range burst, they made it a dot. Don't tell me, man. Tell that to the balancing team. No, I mean, like, seriously, so far, okay, it's balanced very well. I mean, you know my opinion. Destro biased. You all have your opinions. We've said this before. We can argue all you want. That's mine. So, once again, I see it right here. Tactics. Guerrilla training moved to core tactic, available at level 37 and reworked into after switching stance, your action point costs are reduced by 25% for 5 seconds. So basically 2 skills. You gain an additional bonus for 5 seconds based on based on the stance that you enter. Scout stance auto attack damage increased by 25%, assault stance incoming damage reduced by 15%, and skirmisher stance movement speed increased by 20%. That's all for 5 seconds. Guerrilla training is now a baseline tactic and has received unique bonuses from the different stances, meaning permanent increased movement speed is no longer possible with the tactic alone. Leading shots. Oh, hold on a second. Meaning permanent increased movement speed is no longer available with the tactic alone. Okay. Leading shots. Move to 3-point tactic in Path of Scout and critical hit bonus increase from 8 to 10. No quarter. Move to 7 points in Path of Scout. No longer affects Festering Arrow. Why? Instead, now additionally causes Acid Arrow to reduce the target's corporeal resistance by 360. So they're giving the tactic. Hold on a second. I have to go a little bit up on the squig on this. So in 7 points of Path of Scouting, you can grab the tactic to use Acid Arrow to reduce the target's corporeal resistance. Tactics. 7 points. It doesn't reduce the casting speed of this, but adds the corporeal debuff to the blocker, which removes the armor. So with one tactic, the squig gets the armor debuff and the corporeal debuff in one. Sorry, I'm gonna check the Shadow Warrior because I don't play the classes, so bear with me for a moment, please. So here, no longer no quarters. Let's go to the Shadow Warrior here. Shadow Warrior. And where I'm looking for, no quarters. No quarters. Oh, it's the build-up time. Okay, it's the same one as that one. Okay, Acid Arrow. Okay, so it's the same as the squiggy. Okay, that's what I want to check. That's what I wanted to check. Yeah, the only difference is here that is we still get on the Shadow Warrior, we still get the casting time reduction on top of it. Enchanted Arrow. Moved to 11 points in Path of Scout, reworked into Accelerated Decay. Festering Arrow deals damage and additional time after 4.5 seconds. Festering Arrow. Festering Arrow deals 1033 corporeal damage. So they're adding a tactic you can do damage after 4.5 seconds. I don't even know if that is a good thing. I mean, it feels like a wasted tactic. Merciless Soldier now also increases critical damage of damage over time effects. Why do we have tactics that increase the critical of the dot and tactics that increase the critical of direct damage? I thought there's only like one. There should be only one like offensive critical and the other one. You know, the anti-crit and the crit. Why is this? I will read after. Okay, thank you. Split arrows. Damage reduction of Spiral Flet's arrow and Broadhead arrow increased from 20 to 30%. Okay. Keen arrowheads reworked to increase the duration of Broadhead arrow to 21 seconds and take down to 15 seconds and increase the armor penetration of Lilith's arrow and barrage by 15%. Powerful Draw reworked to increase the ranges of all Path of Skirmisher abilities by 15 feet. Smoldering Arrow reworked to flame arrows initial hit will now interrupt enemies and its damage over time is increased to 5 times 150 per 0.65 corporeal damage. Distracting Rebounds replaced by Bolstering Fervor. The cooldown of Hunter's Fervor is reduced by 30 seconds and affected group members gain 20 morale per second. Black Sword War, reworked into blood, draw blood, will now heal you for 75% of the damage dealt. It's a lot of tactics, which I'm not sure how this is going to affect their damage. Like, you get the debuff, you get this, you get that, but like, if you put a tactic to get the range, if you put a tactic to increase the time, or, you know, I don't know. I mean, I don't play the classes much, so I can't say a lot, but I don't know. It doesn't feel, something doesn't feel right here at the moment. Let me read a bit further now. Hold on a second. Abilities. Eyeshot, move to Path of the Skirmisher, available at level 18. AP cost increased from 20 to 30 AP, now requires Scout or Skirmish stance. Range reduced from 100 to 65 feet. Damage increased from 75 plus 1.5 bonus plus 1.5 weapon damage to 187. That's a significant increase on the damage there. Now has the following additional effect. Your melee attacks deal an additional 112 damage to the target. Same duration as the initial one. Eye shot. Hold on a second. Which one is eye shot? Eagle eye. Eye shot. Crippling shot that deals damage, reduces the target's initiative. Continue building while you're moving. Well, I suppose the reason why this was moved into the skirmisher is because you have all the abilities that you do on the move. Moved back to being more similar to its mirror in terms of mastery, path, and range. Now has a new effect rewarding players for well-timed use of the stances and hybrid range capability. So, like, you're gonna have to switch stances to, like, get the movement speed and cover the 65 range for some reason, or use a tactic to maintain it. Is it getting a bit more complicated for the average player a little bit with this? Let's see. Glass Arrow. Move to 5 points ability in Path of the Scout. Damage reduced from 199 plus 1.5 bonus plus 2 weapon damage into 199 plus 1.5. Oh, so they reduced the weapon damage from 2 to 1.5. So Glass Arrow got the damage nerfed. Okay. Isn't that the powerful one, the Glass Arrow one? Acid. Glass. Oh, it's the one that reduces the range of the ability by 75. So they reduced the damage. And it wasn't doing much of a damage to reduce it as well. Festering Arrow reworked. Alignment. Oh, that's the guys you were talking about in the chat. 30 AP, 100 feet range, 1 second cast time, 10 seconds cooldown. Requires Scout stance, so the sniper mode. You fire a Festering Arrow, dealing 187 plus 1.5 bonus plus 1.5 weapon skill damage, corporeal damage. After 9 seconds, the target takes 187 plus 1.5 plus 1.5 corporeal damage. This damage is increased by 10% each time you hit the target, up to 100%. If you are vengeful, Festering Arrow instantly gains 5 stacks. This ability will continue to build up even if you move. 1 second. Festering Arrow. So it deals corporeal damage to your target. Are we talking about the... Yeah, Festering Arrow. Okay. It's not a dot. Why are you guys saying it's a dot? It's not a dot. You get 30 AP, 100 feet, 1 second cast time, 10 seconds cooldown, right? On scout stance. You do the Festering Arrow, and you deal this amount of corporeal damage. And after 9 seconds, the target takes that extra damage. Yeah, I know it says alignment, but it's isn't this? Am I reading this wrong? You fire your first, dealing that amount of damage or corporeal damage, and after 9 seconds, the target takes this damage or corporeal damage. So you do the damage, and you live in alignment, which after 9 seconds, it will deal additional damage. This damage is increased by 10% each time you hit the target up to 100%. Okay, I'll read. Festering Arrow has had its damage moved from being fully front-loaded to a mainly back-loaded delivery. In combination with the tactics Rapid Rot and No Quarters, this gives the Scout Shadow Warrior a bit more of to feel its single target rotation, and shifts the focus to building up the dodge, stacks, and bursting on the 5-second or 10-second time step. While Festering Arrow becomes move cast, we intend the playstyle around it to still be more stationary than that of the skirmish single target build, as you would need to use stationary abilities if you want to maximize damage output and stack rate. When it comes to playing against the ability, the target now gets a clear debuff timer to track, and the damage can be reduced or removed by either denying the Shadow Warrior the opportunity to build stacks or by cleansing. Okay, so nope, they changed it so we cannot burst Shami anymore, and they can cleanse the dot. Giving a healer 9 seconds to detaunt you is great, turning Shadow Warrior into Sork style damage. Okay, thank you guys, because as I said before, for those that don't that just joined us, I don't play this class, so I do appreciate your feedback here on the chat. Okay, let's move on because we have a lot more stuff to see here. Fell the week. AP cost reduced from 35 to 30, damage to target below 30%, health reduced from 862 plus 1.5 bonus plus 345 weapon to 825, so is losing damage again. Now has the following additional effect: if you are vengeful, landing and killing blow with this ability resets the cooldown of your stance and fell the week. I don't think anybody gives you shit. Shadow Step, reworked buff. 30 AP, 45 feet range, 1 second cast time, 20 seconds cooldown. Requires assault stance. You cannot perform these actions while rooted. You cannot perform this action while airborne. You merge with the shadows and appear at the target within the blink of an eye, striking them for 112 plus 1.5 bonus, 1.5 weapon. If the target dies within 10 seconds, the cooldown of Shadow Step is reduced by 15 seconds. Cannot be used if there is a too big height difference between you and your target, or if you are airborne. Shadow Step has historically been lacking when compared to the gap close appears. This rework will hopefully help the ability to better live up to its name and tooltip, as the gap is now closed in an instant once the cast completes, by having a longer base cooldown than most other gap closes and replacing the old defensive buff with a new way of reducing the cooldown on successfully killing the target. We want to promote using Shadow Step offensively while limiting its efficiency as defensive mobility. No, but the question is, will the Magus be able to do that? Be able to teleport someone on the keep? Crosscut, move to core ability in Path of Assault, available at level 25, no longer has a vengeful effect. Blaring Blade, new ability at 9 points in Path of Assault, enchantment, 35 AP, 5 feet range, instant, 30 seconds cooldown, requires assault stance. You become one with the shadows again. Increasing your chance to parry, dodge and distract by 35% for 5 seconds, then striking your enemy for 262 plus 1.5 bonus plus 1.5 weapon damage. Sorry, I'm reading this again because... So, increasing your chance to parry, dodge, and disrupt by 35 for 5 seconds, and then you deal damage. Okay. With Path of Assault shifting into more high risk, high reward playstyle with lower innate defense, Sweeping Slash has made way for Blaring Blade, a new brief but strong defensive tool. Okay. Exploit Weakness now has the following additional effect. If you are vengeful, the target's movement speed is reduced by 40% for 6 seconds. Quick question, chat. When it says you are vengeful, If I am remembering correctly, it's a skill you have to press, isn't it? There is a skill you press called Vengeful, I think, and lasts like 10 seconds or something. So in order to utilize all these abilities, you have to waste your AP to become Vengeful and a global cooldown to get into that mode. Okay. Shadow Sting. AP cost. Oh, sorry, I skipped one. Lilith's Arrow. Move to 5 points ability in Path of the Skirmisher. Cast time reduced from increased from 0.5 to 1. Damage reduced from 348 to 333. 7. Sorry, I'm gonna skip this bonus damage and shit. So, Shadow Sting. AP cost increased from 30 to 35 AP. Acid Arrow. Debuff duration increased from 10 to 15. That's good. Rapid Fire. Cooldown increased from 7 to 8 seconds. Flight speed time increased. All these channeling abilities, the Squeak has, the Engineer has, the Magus has a beam, so it's different, right? They all got the flight speed increased except the Engineer. I'm really worried that the Engineer might need that as well. I'm really worried that he might need that effect for the damage to be applied properly, but because I've seen that on the Squeak, we've seen that here, but I haven't seen, this is the channeling abilities, like, you know, Focus Fire, dun, 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 dun. I don't know. Damage increase from 112 to 150 now has the following additional effect. If you are Vengeful, Rapid Fire will remove up to 1 damage absorbing effect. So they're giving the shield breaking ability in combination to Rapid Fire here. But you have to be Vengeful. I don't know how easy it is to be. Can you be constantly Vengeful, or it has a long cooldown? Let me have a look on that. Shadow Warrior. Where is this Vengeful ability? I remember this when I used to play Shadow Warrior many years ago. Vengeful. 30 seconds cooldown. Man, 30 seconds cooldown. Like, you have like 10 skills here. You know, I'm not counting, you know. 10 skills more or less, let's say here, which all require you to be on Vengeful mode to do shit. And you have a 30 seconds cooldown. Hi, Garth. I don't know, Garth. I mean, maybe the melee version, but the range version losing their insta damage in becoming dots, it's a problem, man. It's a problem. Anyways, where are we? Rapid Fire, yeah. Flame Arrow. Move to core ability in Path of the Scout, available at level 14. Range increased from 65 to 100 feet. Now requires Scout or Skirmisher stance. Initial damage changes from 187 to 112. So the Flame Arrow got nerfed there a little bit. Damage over time effect changed from 3 times 101 elemental damage over 9 seconds to 566. What the fuck? Lower the damage, increase the ticks. I don't know if this is the same or not, but it feels like it got reduced there. This will provide scout builds with an additional option to help prevent Festering Arrow from being cleansed. So you have to start masking. You have to start masking Festering Arrow in order to build your stacks. Like the gameplay. Here we see a massive change on the gameplay. Like, if I say something wrong, please chat, feel free to correct me, okay? But what I'm understanding here with this Festering Arrow situation is that you have to start like spamming Vengeful on cooldown in every situation. Start to apply other dots like Flame Arrow and other shit in order to mask Festering Arrow to give you time to build the stacks. Like, you have to mask it, like go ... and then Festering Arrow. So if they cleanse 1 or 2, your Festering stays up and the stacks keep staying there. It's a very single, let's say single-minded gameplay. Like, it's that or you don't do damage kind of thing. Like, there's no versatility. There's a problem there. Make Vengeful a toggle ability. While it's active, you take more damage or something to balance it out. Very good suggestion, Mr. Razor. But it feels like you have to, like, see, this is a problem we've noticed on Interbellum, and they changed the builds completely. different server on the making. And what was that is that the people didn't want to have to micromanage this much, because like the engineer had to press a button to produce bullets, you had to press a button to produce ammunition, you had to press a button. So you know what I mean, like if you run out of grenades, which you had 10, you couldn't do any grenade abilities. You have no bullets, you can't use your guns. It was a lot of micromanagement over there, plus all the other shit. So they've changed that completely, and I'm seeing this here. Like here you have to micromanage a lot of your dots. You have to manage a lot of your dots to mask one specific festering arrow to build the stacks. Like you have to build those stacks up, which if I remember is what, 10 stacks, 5 stacks to do the damage, which is a problem because I play an engineer, grenadier, and tinkerer, which is mainly dotting classes. It takes too long to build those stacks, while the melee have too many gap closers to get to you. The charge, the pulls, the stuns, the throwing daggers and all that kind of stuff, while you're just building up to do some damage. If Order gains more dotting classes, we are screwed, man. Like, we don't have Slayers, we don't have Rune Priests because they're all playing DPS, and we had a significant amount of people playing Shadow Warriors. With this, I'm not sure, like, at least the ranged, it seems really problematic right now, the way these are playing. This range build here, because the melee, I don't understand it so much, to be honest, but the ranged one, because I know dots and stuff, this is becoming more like a dotting class of the engineer. It takes too long to build your damage, and you don't have anything to burst. Devs looks like they want to be, but we've said this ages ago, the plan is to have massive open world battles, and you need melee. The problem here is nobody plays Slayer. We have one less melee, right? And the Lions, not a lot of people like the pet. So, like, people won't play the Lion because of the pet. People don't play the Slayer because the damage is shit and survivability is shit. And we don't have another melee, which it should have been the Shadow Warrior and melee AoE, but we don't have it either. And now, people were playing as a single target, playing alone, or kiting groups, having the burst. Now the skills are converted into dots, and very long dots, 9 seconds to apply the damage afterwards. It's not like you apply it and it deals damage every 3 seconds. You apply it and you wait 9 seconds for it to tick, and you have to time it to do like a direct damage plus that damage is going to tick on 9 seconds. Are you going to watch your clock or your positioning and what's happening in the game? You know what I mean? Like, how the fuck are you going to timestamp that? You're going to be like running, dodging, dot, this. Oh shit, 9 seconds. Hold on. I mean, just shoot that for the burst. I don't know. The gameplay, from reading it as a text, it's gonna lose a lot of people that just come back from work and stuff. You know what I mean? Let me move on a little bit and we'll see. I don't know. Did I read the flame arrow? Yes, we did. This will provide scout builds with additional options to help prevent festering arrow from being cleansed. So that's what I started saying all this little run. The fact that you have to do a lot of dots to protect your festering arrow. Otherwise, your damage will go to shit. Throat shots. AP cost increased from 25 to 30. Grim Slash now has the following effect. The next ranged ability within 10 seconds has a chance to be defended, reduced by 100%. I'm sorry, Grim Slash, that is a melee ability. So you have to do a melee ability and then you get an undefendable ranged one. Brutal Assault. Vengeful effect changed to reduce its cooldown by 2 seconds. Draw Blood now has 5 seconds cooldown, no longer usable in skirmish stance. Now when Vengeful, its duration is increased by 6 seconds. Yeah, these are melee abilities. Yeah, I mean, Little Demons, you say also you will be able to scout it to statically build damage. Good luck standing still on Shadow Warrior for more than 2 seconds. To try and do that on the engineer, man, it's the same shit. The guard will block half of it and you wasted 9 seconds. Yeah, there's a problem with this damage. Same thing I've been saying about the engineering. People call me crazy. Now you start feeling it when you play the Shadow Warrior with this. Swift Strikes. Damage increased from 93 to 187. That's a significant increase there. 93 and 187 to 112 and 87. So the initial thing gets a bit more. Vengeful effect changed. Now increasing your movement speed by 40% for 1 second each time you hit an enemy. What 1 second? What do you mean 1 second? Like, how? What the? Swift strikes? Like, hold on a second. What the fuck is? Where is Swift strikes? Swift strikes. 20 action points per second. Quick question. Can Swift strikes be used while you move? Psycho, I'm sorry, no. Engineer is. Statistically and historically is the engineer that's been nerfed the most. Although Shadow Word's getting fucked on this one, for sure. Engineer statistically is the most nerfed character in the game. You can move. Okay, so it's a channel. Okay, now it makes sense a little bit. That's why I checked some stuff. So the 1 second makes sense because the channel ability, so you keep DPSing every second, so you keep getting that buff all the time. Okay, now it makes sense. Okay. Counter-Strike now has the following additional effect. If an ability is interrupted, that ability has 5 seconds added to its cooldown, while the next ability within 10 seconds has a cooldown reduced by 5. I'm not even going to comment on that. A new reward for successfully interrupting your opponent key abilities. Like, seriously, guys, honestly, I would like a reply from as many people as are listening if you can type. Like, seriously, how many of you, right, on average, you can, like, say 100% I can interrupt an ability when I want to? You know, I don't know. You fight a Witch Elf, you fight a Squeaking, like, oh yeah, he's going to do that. Let me interrupt it. Like, do you just randomly press the button, you say, maybe I will interrupt something? Or you specifically, you know, you focus like, yeah, I know what he's going to do. I'm going to interrupt. Yeah, it's almost impossible in large scale battles 1 in 10 times. Because, like, what I do, we have this flashbang grenade, right, which interrupts the skill. So if I'm chasing a shaman, for example, I know he's going to heal or something. I go like, I throw some dots, and then randomly in that rotation, I throw one of them. Maybe I can do something, right? If you use a third-party program. Yeah, there is an add-on, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, add-ons can help, of course. I've never used that specific add-on you guys are talking about, Aura, but maybe I have to add this to my collection, go to 101 add-ons. I'm probably going to have to use that one. Because, like, if you don't have it, I think it's like 1 in 10 or 0 in 10 if you get lucky to throw it in. How things. Sweeping Slash removed. Opportunity Strike reworked to a new available at level 40. Alignment! What the fuck is that doing? Hold on a second. What is this one called? Opportunistic Strikes. Shadow Step. Opportunistic Strikes, a crippling attack that deals 277 and disarms your target for 4 seconds, making them unable to use melee or ranged weapons. And they took that direct damage and made it an alignment, 35 AP, 5 feet range, instant, 10 seconds cooldown. Target must be facing away from you. What the fuck? Requires assault stance, a precision attack that deals 112 plus. As long as you remain within 25 feet of your target, you continue to slash them every 2 seconds, up to 6 seconds, dealing 75 plus in each hit. If the target is ailing, your strength is increased by 150 for 20 seconds. What the fuck is this? Opportunistic Strike. It was a crippling attack, dealing direct damage and disarm your target for 4 seconds. There is no indication on this tooltip about being behind the target. So they're taking away direct damage and disarm to give you an attack you have to be behind the target on a specific stance. You deal an amount of damage, and as long as you're next to the target, you keep DPS. It becomes a channeled ability, but it's an alignment. How the fuck does that work? No, I'm trying to understand, like, okay, the facing away, I get it. The stun part, I get it. Okay, so you press the button to use opportunistic strikes after it's been reworked. So you deal this amount of damage, and as long as you stay 25 feet from your target, You continue to slash them every 2 seconds up to 6. Oh, so this is the alignment. It says continue to slash them. I thought it was a channeling ability. I'm sorry. With each hit, though. So what? Every time you do an auto attack, you do something, or you do the initial damage and then you leave a dot on.
Is they coming or going
'Cause-
or what?
Hey, Dorian, thanks for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Thank you, Dorian. Appreciate it. I hope you have a great stream. Alignment is hit from... Yeah, okay. I don't know. This feels really weird to pull it off efficiently. Let's see what they say on the explanation. Thank you, Dorian. A new impactful tool for the Shadow Warrior, Assault Shadow Warrior. The unique behavior of this ability allows it... I'm sorry. Unique ability behavior. The unique behavior of this ability allows its hits to act as direct damage rather than the normal dot effect. That's why I didn't get it, because it's direct damage. So you attack them from behind. You do this amount of damage. And then how does this work to act as direct damage rather than a normal dot effect? Like, how does that work? You stay within 25 feet and you continue to deal this amount of damage for 6 seconds on each hit. Like, do you still use like opportunity strikes as a channel, or it adds additional damage on your auto attack and other abilities? Oh, that's what it says. Oh, I'm sorry. There's no disarms in there. There's no disarm. Opportunistic strikes. It says here that's been reworked at 40. It's an alignment. 35 AP, 5 feet, instant. The target must be facing away from you. Requires assault set. It's an attack that is this amount of damage. There's some sort of a dot, and then it increases your strength. There's no disarm involved. Here it does not say anything about disarm. I do not see a disarm component. That must have been removed. But I don't understand this. It says here direct damage rather than the normal. So the 2 second up to 6 dealing damage while you stay within 25 feet with each hit. So you put an alignment, you do damage. You put the alignment, and then it's not dealing damage on its own. You have to stay within 25 feet and DPS the target. I don't get this. I'm going to move on, though, because we have a lot of stuff to say, but I don't understand how this application of an alignment, which usually is a dot, is dealing direct damage rather than normal dot effect. Is it an extra attack that you're still doing this? Is it the auto attacks? Is it the other skills you do? Or does it become a channel ability? And if you press a button, you cancel all this damage. I doubt we'll see Shadow Warrior cover 50% of other... Yeah, 50. If it's 25, we'll be happy. The engineer population is going to go up because it's the next more fun class to play, although still shit. Broadhead arrow, range reduced from 100 feet to 65. What? Spiral fletched arrow, range reduced from 100 to 65. Flanking shot now has additional effect. If you are vengeful, this attack may be used from any position. Scout stance no longer grants 100 initiative, instead grants 5% strike through. Okay, I suppose. Assault stance, 35% auto attack speed replaced by 35% auto attack damage. What? No longer grants more armor, instead grants 100 initiative. Who gives a shit? Make the Shadow Warriors quit. Get them right next to melee. Oh my god. They are so fucked. The Assault Shadow Warrior has undergone a long list of changes, including the stance itself. The armor doubling in Assault stance has been removed. The Squig got it split in a tactic and their own as a static, but the Shadow Warrior removed it. Improved defense cooldowns have been made available. Great. Now you have to play with your cooldowns and fuck every single AP you have just to defend yourself, to help you survive while moving in and around melee combat, while they made every single skill 65 feet and you can be pulled, knocked down, and fucked. Because it's not 65 feet range, by the way, boys. It's 20. Sorry, 25. Because don't forget that the chopper can pull you at 40, which means your effective safe distance is 25 feet, which means if they press charge, within 1 second, they pull you. Okay? Our goal is to have more interesting, unique, and rewarding gameplay in the smaller single-target focused scale of combat that the Assault Shadow Warrior specializes in. To compensate for becoming less stout, the damage potential of the Mastery Path of Assault is improved in several ways. Okay, you know what I just read here? I'm sorry, you know I like a good conspiracy theory? You know me, right? You know what I just read here? I just read that we are preparing the Melee Shadow Warrior for ranked. And the fact the gameplay, in my opinion, but this because like this thing here, rewarding gameplay in smaller single target focus scale of combat. Honestly, where the fuck do you see this in a day-to-day base? Like OpenRVR is all about melee blobs, right? There's a handful of solo players out there, right? And then you have those annoying little groups, Squig, 2 healers, 3 witch elves, you know what I mean? And scenarios, yes, and scenarios, Bright, you are correct. But, you know, ranked is a scenario. So, I don't know. I mean, they have to put their fucking minds in some order, man. Why are they doing this for massive open RVR fights, or we focus on something else? They have changed direction so many times, I've lost fucking count which direction we're going this time. So they improved in several ways. Skirmish stance no longer grants 100 toughness, instead grants 100 initiative. Distracting shot now has the following additional effect. While using assault stance, the duration of distracting shot is reduced to 5 seconds, but you will additionally detaunt all enemies within 25 feet around you. 25 feet on skirmish. This provides the Shadow Warrior with another tool to help survive when suddenly being focused by several enemies while in melee range. 25 feet, you'll be annihilated without your toughness and your armor. What the fuck? Dude, like they removed the toughness to give you anti-crit. Like, to be honest, this whole initiatives thing, because you know my builds on the NG, right? I have to say this for a moment for the initiative. I'm sorry. I'm going to take a moment off this. I got my engineer, right, to 300 initiative, okay? 300. But I have a lot of gear with anti-crit, including all the rings from the event. Yeah, it is that. It is that. I just want to say about the anti-crit 1 second. I'll get the result. Give me a second, because so my NG had minus 40% less chances to be critted. Minus 40 is the highest I've taken it without any external buff. That was just me on my own, right? Did not have like, you know, a Rune Priest initiative buff or anything like that. Minus 40. And I got in a fight with the Witch Elf, okay? And the Witch Elf did 4 criticals in a row. Even if that Witch Elf was fully buffed from external sources, you know, zealots and stuff, the maximum they can get is 64. So I was reducing the critical down to 24. I'll say 30%, right? And I asked an AI to calculate the chances of me being critted 4 times in a row with 24% chance critical in every hit is 1 in 301. Right? So for the anti-crit perspective, that's what I was trying to say, Revzor, is that that's kind of useless anyways. Right? Yeah, I agree, Little Demons, yes. So for the anti-crit is, fuck that. Then you get the parry, as Revzor said, with the 100 initiative, which helps a lot on the melee as the first defense. It's the main difference of that. But the problem with parry here is that you have to be facing the fucking enemy. You know what I mean? all needs testing for sure, but I mean, you get the parry thingy, but I don't know how much damage you're getting because you lost the armor, you lost the toughness, and now you're gonna get parry and anti-crit, but still you're gonna be critted. Because if I can get it to 40% and still be critted like shit, a guy that's gonna have this and be at -5, it makes absolutely no difference whether you're in 0 or on -5 or -7. If -40 is not enough to almost make you crit immune, right? I mean, like the -5 and 10 is nothing. That's my point here. Like for the anti-crit part, to reduce high burst of damage is useless. For the parry, yeah, if you can keep the entire enemies in front of you all the time without dying, without armor and toughness, yeah, sure. Distracting shot, we said this one. Steady aim now only affects your offensive target, meaning if you use an AoE attack, only your offensive target will take an additional 25% critical damage. I have to read what steady aim, what the hell, where is steady aim? What the hell is steady aim? Oh, thank you. While this ability is active, your ranged abilities will inflict 25% more critical damage, but will cost an additional 25. Oh, so when that is happening, so the 25% damage goes to a single target, and everybody else don't get critted. Jesus Christ. I thought the changes on the engineer were like, okay, slightly on the nerf side for the gameplay as I explained earlier, but holy shit. I mean, I know Destro don't like the Shadow Warrior, but he's getting fucked on every hole. Morals. Rain of Steel, reworked to debuff, rank 4 morale, 100 feet range, instant, 60 seconds cooldown, requires line of sight. Hey, we didn't see that anywhere. Your target's armor is reduced by 1,320 and their resistances are reduced by 480, while all enemies within 20 feet of the target take 300 damage per second. This effect refreshes every second, up to 30 seconds, as long as you remain stationary within the range of the target. What the fuck? Oh, this sounds really good. Hold on a second. So, your target's armor is reduced while all enemies within 20 feet of the target take 300 damage per second. This effect refreshes every second, up to 30 seconds, as long as you remain stationary within the range of the target. So I can shoot somebody in a funnel at 100 feet from all the way back to the fort, and it will be dealing 300 damage per second for 30 seconds. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Mom. Like, if I stay at the back where the healers are, I can shoot like a tank at the front, and it's gonna DPS everybody for 30 seconds as long as I'm looking at the target. I mean, AoE doesn't stack anyways, Shinobi, we know this. Like, napalms don't stack, Rain of Fire doesn't stack, phosphorus shells don't stack, like, nothing we have stacks anyways. But that is a, you know, if you have a couple of these guys, right, you can say, okay, you do left side, right side, I'll do the back, you do the front. You can make a little puddles of 30-second, like, you know. Mate, like, you need one Shadow Warrior, you need one Witch Hunter, you need one Engineer. The other 29 Engineers can log off and go and play something else. That's how this is going for Order right now. So, this is a weird Morale 1. Morale... Is that Morale 1? Reign of Steel? Because, what the hell? Do we have this one? Single target M4. Ah, yes. Yes, thank you, Bumbling. Yeah. Dude, it's an M4, but 30 seconds, 300 damage? Like, what the fuck? So if you actually do the entire duration, right? It's 9,000 damage. At 300 every second of pure damage. Question, does the diminishing return after 2,400 is going to apply to this? Because if I remember correctly, after you take 2,400 morale damage, then the subsequent morale damage is reduced by 50%. Do I remember that correctly? Because potentially this could fuck up every other morale. Because if I remember, there is a limit of morale damage you can take. After that, it's been nerfed. Like I think you take 50% less for all the other ones that hit you after that, for a duration. So I'm gonna have to look into that a little bit. Okay. So this potentially could backfire because it's dealing morale damage for 30 seconds. So, you know, it's like a constant pressure. It's, I don't know. Whirling range, reworked to damaging, rank 4 morale, self instant 60 seconds cooldown. Your movement speed is increased by 30% and you become immune to snares and roots for 10 seconds. You slash your enemies within 25 feet, dealing 300 damage each second for the duration. Okay. Penetrating arrow, damage over time effect now deals 1,200 damage over 5 seconds instead of 1,210. They made it a little bit more bursty there. Lilia's Forgiveness, action point gain replaced by your armor is increased by 1,320 and all your resists are increased by 480 for 1 second per effect removed up to 10 seconds. Blech. Ambush. Hey, Russent. Rework 2, buff, rank 2, morale, self, instant, 60 seconds cooldown. You become invisible and gain a barrier absorbing up to 1,800 damage over 10 seconds. You remain invisible until the barrier is broken or removed. Using any ability while invisible consumes the barrier and makes your next attack within 5 seconds deal an additional 1,200 damage. Alt ambush effect now on crippling barrage. Okay. I haven't read anything about the self-punting ability yet. Unless I've missed it somewhere, but no. A new morale 2 has been added to make the number of options on the careers the same. Invisibility was something we felt fits very well with the class fantasy of the Shadow Warrior. Yeah, why not give them normally like witch elves? Why do they have to use the morale? At the same time, invisibility on a ranged DPS can be tricky to balance and frustrating to face. My ass. Hopefully, this implementation can make it feel fair for both sides. You could give it to the melee Shadow Warrior as a skill, period. It being a morale prevents Shadow Warriors from entering stealth out of combat and increasing opportunity cost. The absorb can be a good use defensively, but is mainly there to limit the effectiveness of the vanish if used while under heavy focus, as it would break quickly from dots AoE and thus end invisibility while also denying the Shadow Warrior the follow-up damage. The old functionality of ambush can now be found in the archetype morale creeping. What the fuck? So you don't want them stealth, they want to take damage from AoE, burst the shield and become visible, where witch elves can stay and die in fucking stealth. What the hell am I reading today? This is the hyped fucking ranged reform shit? What the hell? What the hell? That's not even fair, like... Alright, so, I don't know, let's move on. This. Oh, they did some stuff on melee and wheat cells. Okay, hold on a second. Train to threat, toughness transfer from gear reduced from 100% to 75. Now gains 25% from the player's armor. Now, I'll say that's a balancing thing. I'm just going to leave it at that one. It's, Wheat cells. Oh, let's see. The priority of balancing in Return of Reckoning is set around group play. Really? Are they fucking joking me right now? Meaning any number of 6 all the way up to large-scale fights in RVR. When did we change this? I thought always was large-scale only in Warband. However, if we can improve balance for smaller numbered fights without negatively infecting group balance, we are willing to do so. Hence, you will find a couple of changes to Witch Elf and Witch Hunter specifically aimed at that. The nerf to Sacrificial Stab is aimed also at group play. Shadow Leap. Cooldown now resets on Killing Blow instead of resetting on Stealth. Okay, that's good. They can't just keep jumping using the instant stealth. Shadow Prowler now has a maximum duration of 30 seconds. What was the maximum duration before? Anybody knows? When they are hit 10 times while in stealth, you lose your Shadow Prowler. Oh, we can pull them out of stealth if you can hit them 10 times. Witch's Brew. Duration reduced from 60 to 30 seconds. That's also good. They have to reapply that. AP base like 120. Okay. Sacrifices rewarded. Internal cooldown increased from 3 to 6 seconds. Okay. Kiss of Doom now reduces the damage of your kisses by 50%, but heals you for 200% of the damage dealt. I don't know if this is a good or a bad thing, taking into account that the kisses don't really, you know, do massive damage in my opinion, but if they can get the damage as 200%, not even 100%, 200%, plus the pocket, plus a regeneration build, plus the proc shields, like the tanky builds are going to become insane. It's going to become insane. This is going to tank more than a proper tank with a shield. Sacrificial Stab armor penetration now scales with Bloodlust, so it doesn't ignore it 100%. From 2046 to 100% with 1 to 5 Bloodlust. Now always snares the target for 40% for 5 seconds. God forbids they can't jump now by using double stealth. Let's not fucking get away from them. Yeah, I know, Ravesar, they already out-tank a tank, but with this, they're even better as a tank. And with this, yeah, okay, now they don't ignore, but they're always going to have 5 Bloodlust because they build them very fast, so it is 100% anyways. They're just getting an extra 40% slow for 5 seconds. And the damage is reduced accordingly, right? It gets reduced on the 3rd to from 221.95 to 62 228 307 262 to Bloodlust. They lose a bit of damage, but they can still maintain 100% ignore, gain a 40% slow, because they need this in order to compensate for the shadow leap thingy, so they can jump, so they slow you down. So here they lose something, but they gain it here in a way. The damage goes down very little. 131, 131, 175, 161. It's 6 base damage, like, and you know, like on the second one is 2 base damage. Here is 15 base damage to 62. Now always Witch Elf, Sacrificial Stab Wound, or stabbing twice, ignoring all their armor and snaring them by 40%. Ignoring, so they lose the ignore, but the now always, yeah, even if you parry, if you block, if that, it will always apply the slow. You can't get away from them because they can jump to you and reset the leap when they go into shadow, like instant stealth and then jump. Now they will, no matter what you do, you always get slowed. You can't, even if you parry and block it. The effect, because it says now always, even if you get parried, it should still apply that. Witch Elves. Fucking hell, man. It's a fucking joke. I mean, 10 hits, like, I mean, when they go to instant stealth, I mean, we don't even hit them once. 10 times. Witch Hunter. Incognito now has maximum 30 seconds. Where hit 10 times to lose stealth. Sacrificial Bullets now reduces the damage by 50, gain the heal. Atonement critical hit chance bonus on burn away lights reduced from 25 to 15. Ooh. Critical hit chance bonus remains 25 for absolution. Nerfed. Burn away lies. Nerfed. Order is fucked, dude. I mean, we're gonna lose the Shadow Warriors now. Oh, dude, like, I don't know. We don't have Slayers. Now we don't have Shadow Warriors. Now we're not gonna have Witch Hunters with this damage reduction and stealth thingy. Oh. It's gonna be nightmare. Oh, the Squiggy, Bright, because I think you said that. The Squiggy might need to be refreshed. I mean, with the extra, all these buffs that it got in this patch, the Squig. So, Russen, stick around for a minute. We'll do a total review from the top. Order, we have Bright Wizards and Stationary Engines. Good time ahead. T2, T3, keep Lord Nerf. Oh, next week to deal with massive Destro numbers from nowhere, AO is reworked. Yeah, for sure. RVR, the central point of the Warcamp debuff for fighting too near to opposing rank Warcamps in Calendar has been moved from near the Siege Weapon Merchant to near the Research Drop Banner. Like that would do anything to that. Fuck, Destro will walk in there. Supply boxes now snap to the ground when spawning and dropped. This should make it so they do not float on dying on air. Yeah, okay. Banners can no longer be planted near the postern. T2, T3 Keep Lords. Keep Lords in T2, T3 have had their armor reduced by approximately 20%, as many of these were taking longer than intended to kill. Destruction Keep Lords in Safari no longer have a life tap tied to its AoE ability to better mirror the Lords. It's a good thing we don't need we don't do mirrors. We've seen this mirror word about 10 times in this fucking patch notes. Itemization, general statement. With the introduction of war emblems obtained from scenarios and scenario weeklies, our intention is to have 3 progression paths for PvP players to obtain items. Oh, so now we get another currency. Ooh. First, in the general War Crest route, which players can use to purchase weapon, accessories, and armor. Second is the RVR route, which combines Genesis Crests and War Crests to purchase weapons, accessory sets. Genesis Crest account, I'm assuming it's account bound, for a 12 War Crest conversion rate, making them worth more from RVR bags than the War Crest payout. So what? It's one Genesis Crest for 12. Okay, so we don't get War Crests, we get Genesis, and then we convert them. So we get War Crests from... I don't understand this. First path is to get War Crests and then buy weapons and armor. The second one is get Genesis Crests, convert them into War Crests, and buy shit as well. So you go back to path 1. So path 2 basically buffs your gains for path 1. So path 2 basically makes Genesis Crest worth more than War Crest in order for you to go back to path 1. Finally, there is a scenario route which combines war emblems and war crest to purchase weapons with accessories sets planned in the future path. Okay, I hope this doesn't require both, because some people just hate fucking scenarios. This is going to be catastrophic. Yeah, I'm trying to understand the path bumbling. One is through Warcrest. So basically you can do PvP in open lakes and you can do scenarios. Then you can do RVR in open lakes, and instead of getting Warcrest, get Genesis, right? And convert them into Warcrests 1 to 12 and pick those out, and then go and buy the same stuff you buy in path 1. And path 3 is scenario, which probably needs Warcrest and war emblems and war crests, so you need both of them to purchase these things, according to what I understand here. Hey Nintendo, So you say you can buy everything with Warcrest, but if you have scenario currency, it becomes cheaper. So they're pushing people into scenarios now. Yeah, but I mean, if that is true, Andy, then the Genesis crest is only for buying a set, which, like, you buy it and then you replace it with Annulus rings, Victorious and Triumphant ring, and the Sovereign ring. So getting them faster, like, what the fuck? Anyways, weapons. Tome unlocks have been rebuilt for weapons. Oh, in order for us to shift weapon purchasing to use tome unlocks instead of weapon trade-ins, in general, the achievement armory section has been cleansed up with a lot of unused unlocks being removed so players do not have unobtainables. Reverence Anathema weapons no longer require the previous tier weapons to be traded in, only the tome unlock for purchasing that weapon. Do we get this if we already have the weapons, or do we have to go and buy them again? Supermans and Infamy weapons require the tome unlock for Reverence and Anathema. Will I be able to use mine? Will I have this if I haven't bought it in the past? The next tier of Warcrest weapons have been added to Ventors of Supermancy and of Infamy. The Besieger weapons now additionally cost 65 to 130 for the 200. Warcrest to match the cost of PvP weapons. Subjugator no longer requires Besieger weapon to be traded in. Subjugator weapons now additionally cost 280 and 560 for the 200 Warcrest to match the cost of PvP weapons. Fortress weapons no longer require Subjugator weapons to be traded in, and now instead of the Invader Ward unlock, will require the Tome unlock for the Subjugator weapon. The Warcrest costs have been lowered from 800 to 1,600 and 620 to... Sorry, from 800 to 620 and from 1,600 to 1,240. These weapons now require Genesis Crest to purchase. Oh my god. The call costs have been removed. These weapons have been removed from the vendor selling invader gear to the vendor. So instead of using gold now, we use Genesis. Nintendo, I will answer that question in a little while. We'll do a review, but generally speaking, no. More specifics later. Armor, the cost of Decimator, blah blah. I'm not gonna read all this. So from what I can see here, all the sets are getting discounted. Sovereign pieces from 1,900 to 2,000 Warcrest. Gloves from 9. This gets a bit of an increase. It looks like some of the Sovereign goes up, but up to Triumphant, they all go down. Some go up, some go down here. I can see 9 to 1,000. This one goes up. This one goes up. Down. Up. 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 And some of the Triumphant. That one goes down. That one goes down. That one goes down. Massively down. Okay, so I'm not going to go through this because it's a headache. So some of the sets become cheaper, some of the sets become more expensive. They're rebalancing the whole currency thing. Also, the ring is 2,190, I think, something like that, but it's still a significant change. Buy chosen DPS Sovereign set now. Well, it looks like the Sovereign stuff is going to be more expensive. The Triumphant is going to be cheaper, and the lower ones are getting some, some adjustments as well. Anyways, PvE, quality of life. Man, I've been talking for 4 hours for this patch. Holy crap. PvE, quality of life. Thanks to a player suggestion, 2 portals have been added to every starting zone. New characters will find these portals available shortly after being zoned in following character creation. The portals lead to the starting zones of other classes within that character's realm. For example, Chaos players can now take a portal soon after creation to the Dark Elf starting zone or to the Greenskin starting zone, and so on. This makes it easier for new or alt characters to explore and level alongside friends who choose a different starting class within the same realm. 2 questions. Number 1, this feels like an entire paragraph. Why do we have points on the side? Secondly, why everything is about Destro? Destro classes can take and go to Dark Elves and blah blah. Where is the order reference on that? Jesus Christ. Scenario, new vendors and weapons. 4 new vendors have been added to all cities. Over 800 new weapons have been added to the game across these vendors. What the fuck? 800 new weapons. Giving what? Oh, I ask all the questions. That's why my channel is not on fucking website, the Giga. Go check the website. I'm not listed anymore. For a long, long time. Moving forward, there will be no order because Destro is the baddest. 800 new weapons. It's gonna be annoying to browse those vendors. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Hey, more daga daga. Weapons are purchased using a combination of war crest and war emblems, which means you have to do scenarios whether you like it or not. You're gonna go in there against the pre-made whether you like it or not. You're gonna get your ass kicked with 25 losses in a row. You're gonna tough it out. You're gonna get the war emblems. You're gonna get the wrong weapon because you had a couple of drinks to tolerate the scenarios, and then you're gonna have to do it again. Yeah, I'm not listed because I do other servers for Warhammer as well, like Dawn of Reckoning, Interbellum. Basically, I do everything that's Warhammer regardless. So it's fair that I'm not listed because when I do other content, there's no point for me being on that website. And since the edition is manual made, no one is asking me every day when I'm going to stream, so I'm not there. I'm not on Discord either. So pricing scales by tier with war emblems reducing the war crest cost and higher tiers. War emblem currency. A new emblem currency has been introduced and through scenario play. Emblems do not replace war crests. They work alongside of them. So you see a nice weapon, right? For example, like check me out, right? You see a nice weapon. You have 50,000 war crests. You're like, oh yeah, I'm going to get that one. And you go to the vendor and then you realize that I have to grind like 500 scenarios to get more fucking of the new currency. I didn't hear anywhere... I didn't see anywhere any conversion rate so far. Like use your war crest to convert to war emblems or something like that. Hey, Copra, put some effort in play scenario, guys. Stop complaining. We do. And it was a lot of fun. The first week the new matchmaking was around that you couldn't queue as a pre-made. It was a lot of fun and very balanced scenarios and a lot of fun. Then the pre-mades complained. They opened up the pre-mades and now we have statistics on both sides, to be fair. 90% loss rate on Destro, 90% loss rate on Order. So you have to stay up all night, find the right timing to go and play. Emblems do not replace, weapons only for now. No armor changes at this time. Accessory sets are planned for the future update. Emblems payout per scenario set at half the war crest rate. The weekly scenario track now offers 20, 40, and 60 emblems. At half the rate, okay. I mean, you take 5, so you take 2.5 now or 3. War Emblem Merchant Potion Crates. One of the 4 new vendors in each city is the War Emblem Merchant selling crates that each contains a single potion. A crate for a single potion. It must be one of the rare thingies. You put all this bubble wrapping around it in the box, in the crate, and there's one box in there, you know, like a 200-year-old wine. Sells crates that each contains one single potion in there. These crates are purchased using war emblems. Novice crates can be opened by characters up to level 40, but will only ever contain potions up to level 10 quality. What the fuck is the quality? What does it mean by level 10 quality? Level 10 character potion. Season crates cannot be opened by characters under level 16. Can be opened up to level 40 and will contain potions up to level 30 quality. I suppose it's the level of the character that you can use them. The potion contains scales to the opening character's level within the crate's quality cap. Potions from these crates are green quality. Pricing is currently set steeper than intended long term. This is a trial run. So basically, you can't open them with your main character and send them to your alt. That's what it means there with the character level. The goal is to give new players easier access to leveling potions without undercutting the existing apothecary or auction house economy. Really? So they not gonna go and get the free stuff from the scenario. They are going to still buy from the auction house. I don't think so. Pricing and availability may be adjusted or this system removed in future patches based on how it performs. More items will be added to this vendor over time. Player suggestions are welcome. What new players? I don't know. Possibly the one or two guys that make new accounts and they look like new players. I don't know. What's the population? 590. What time is it? 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah, it's not too bad. 5149. Yeah, looks all right. Weekend forefront. Weekend forefront. Weekend Warfront and weekly scenario adjustment. Weekend Warfront bonus drops from 50 to 25. Bye-bye, Renown. Drops. Is that for the crests? Or all item rewards have been removed from Weekend Warfront. Base scenario renown has been increased by a flat 20% to offset the changes and encourage regular weekly scenario play. So no items, but 20% flat. A new scenario weekly system has been added. Rewards are now tied to point earns in scenario play. I don't understand what that means. So rewards are now tied to points earned in scenario. So suppose we have to do some stuff in the scenario to move the bar forward. Something like that. Points gained in scenario convert directly to contribution points towards the weekly total. For example, 500 points earned. Are you shitting me? Dude. What the so if you lose 0 to 500 you get nothing? How many times you guys play scenarios and you lose with 0 to 500? So the nice pre-mades, pretty much the same pre-mades on Order Industrial, it's just the guys switching sides. But so if you lose 0 to 500, you get 0 points, the other guy gets 500. At 5,000 you complete it and then you fucked. Hold on a second. We have great moments ahead of us. Great moments. Hold on a second. Oh no, please load. Please load. Anyways, let's move on. I'll see if based on the points on the scenario. Are you serious? Scenario duration. Scenario limits reduced from 15 minutes to 12. Does that affect when we can do the what you call it, the surrender? Because like this will get to 7 minutes faster. Surrender timer is unchanged for now. Okay, there we go. So still 7 minutes. Okay. Give me something of what they're smoking and it. Flag carrier exhaustion. The exhaustion debuff has been reworked to be more gradual and to kick it sooner. Incoming damage increases and speed duration now scales harder the longer the flag is held. I suppose this is a mechanism for those people that be holding the flag on scenarios and stuff, so they can like get kills and things like that. So I suppose that's a good thing, but we'll see how that works. Northernwood's developer note. Northernwoods is now the first scenario fully switched to a hybrid stage machine and LUA control system. Should I be worried? I understood nothing of that. No function of the scenario has changed for players. This is purely a backend change. This serves as the first test case for porting all scenarios to an easier coding method, opening the door for more developers who aren't as C# inclined to contribute to the scenario rework. Okay. So, 1 second, please. Analytics. Is okay. Currently on tier 4. Is it tier 4? Tier 4, yes. Okay. Currently, ladies and gentlemen, since we're talking about the scenario stuff, right? I am checking 160 entries. 11 scenarios for order, 5 scenarios for destro. I'm trying to find the right number here. Right. So currently, right, because it doesn't matter. It says this thing shift a lot. Currently, it's 69% win rate for order and 31% win rate for destro. So destro is losing badly at this point. At this moment, destro is losing badly. So these guys need to keep doing scenarios, and if they're getting their asses kicked, they win like it's 30% win rate. How many they have to do, and how many they lose with 0 and 20 and 30 points if to build 5,000 points for this weekly thing? With 30% loss rate, and this is not the weekend. I mean, it is the weekend Warfare on a Friday, but tomorrow it's going to be even more worse for one side or the other. This is ridiculous kind of method for getting contribution for something. Getting it for more like I mean, the Shadow Warriors still being played because this is not live. You know, it's not live yet. This is PTS. It's PTSD patches. PTSD. That's how we're going to call them from now on. PTSD patch notes. And Northern ones. Okay, so that's that. Talabek Dam, please test this. Has been reworked to a bomb carrier scenario into an escort scenario, introducing a brand new mechanic never before seen in ROR. Previously, players picked up the bomb from the center of the map and carried it to the enemy's bridge themselves. We tried. Players now escort a giant that spawns in the center of the map and carries the bomb towards the enemy's bridge. Points are awarded at 3 milestones along the march of the bridge. A final point awards is granted when the giant plants the bomb at the bridge and it explodes. We still carry the bomb. We still do the bomb thing, but somebody else is doing the carrying thing. So no, it's not exactly this. I mean, you do carry the champions move on their own. No, the champions move on their own in the cities. Here you have to be in proximity of the giant and you protect him to move forward. I mean, we're going to test it, but I think this works the same that it does in a lot of games like Final Fantasy 14. You stay next to him and he moves forward. If you not have enough people and the enemies there, they move the giant to the other direction. It's like goes one side or the other side depending how many people are there. So yeah, it's like Paladins with that. It's like Overwatch, you know, stuff like that. Content, new pure talismans. A new plus 25 talisman time named Pure can now be earned by not bought by vendors, earned. In its capital city, Order players should look for Fina the Flawless and Destruction players for Prida the Pure. Both located not far from the Soulstone vendors. These talismans are designed to become the new endgame grind in place of the previous triumphant victorious rings. Pure talismans require a pure essence and a potent plus 24 talisman to complete the upgrade. Pure essence is a new item that requires 1,000 war crests, 3 champions marks, and 100 gold to purchase. So more PvP and speedruns on dungeons. Pure talismans can be traded, mailed, and sold at the auction house. This is an intentional both to allow players who might purely play PvP or PvE additional methods to acquire them. How do you get champions marks on PvP? Honest question, I don't know. How do you get champions marks on PvP? And create a player market around these items to reward long-time veterans. How do you get champion crests from PvP? I really don't know. Oh, they're gonna do them as reward, is it? No, pure essence required 1,000 war crests, 3 champions marks, and 100 gold. To allow players who might purely PvP PV additional methods to acquire them, and to create players markets around it doesn't say anything about that. We'll see. Anyways, we'll see. It's a more of a grinder. To be honest though, I don't really know. Like we have 8 talismans you put on your gear, 8, so you're gonna get 8 over 1 statistic. I really don't know how big of a difference that's gonna make for all the hassle to actually just do that. I mean, will I do it? Most likely, yes. I'm just saying, like, we put 8 talismans on our gear. To go through all this process to get 8 stats app, you know what I mean? Dungeon, Lost Vale. A new speedrun quest have been added to Lost Vale, as this quest has a challenging timer of 1 hour and 15 minutes. Dash did it in 45, by the way, so you know. It will award 2 times champions marks to successful parties. This quest can be started at either Jarlon the Blacksmith Destruction or Samong the Smith Order. A new quality of life teleport. We notice many parties live in group after clearing the first wing. In order to more quickly begin the second wing, we've added a new teleport in Dronil's cave after defeating the boss that will fast travel players closer to the next wing so they don't have to rebuff, reguard, and wait. Okay, that's a good thing. For those with fast load times, overall time to wing 2 should be almost the same or slightly faster. Those with slower PCs should be able to save even more time now. Okay. Dungeon, Hunter's Vale. A new repeatable speedrun quest has been added to Hunter's Vale, which awards a champion's mark. Begin this quest inside the dungeon at the spirit. So, not only speedruns, like speedrun. Yeah, speedrun gave the champion mark. They just didn't have the speedrun quest like Crypt and Gambit did. So, they're just adding it and giving you the ways to get the champion's mark. But I don't know. Probably it's going to be some sort of reward somewhere with champion's marks on PvP if you don't want to do this, because they mentioned this earlier. But I'm not sure where. Mount Gambit has been fixed, so Blast and Rage will now probably vanish if the party wipes. Bastion Stairs. Skull Lord Valkorth has more range for his punt now, and a new ability that can cast if his current target is distant. Groups trying to tank him far from the fire circle are warned. Knorr does not appreciate cowardness in fights. Guilds. Implemented vote to kick from alliance feature for guilds. For it to pass, at least half of the alliance member leaders needs to vote yes for the kick rounded up. This means for a 3 guild alliance, at least 2 leaders need to vote yes. Loads of bug fixes, which I'm not going to actually read, but have a quick look myself. AoE pet abilities will now also fire with the NPCs within range. Anything good? Sipping wounds, waves of chaos. Throwing arm tooltip clarified. Errors, numerous quests, corruption. Rough gambit, yeah. Okay, dudes, only took me 4 hours and 13 minutes to go through this. I have to admit, it wasn't very good for my eye. And I will require a little break before we do anything else. So I'm going to take 2 breaks. One break is going to be right now because I need a quick bio break. I'll come back. We'll do a quick review what we've read and what we think. And then we'll take a 5-minute break to get some coffee. And I'll come back and we'll do some gameplay if the test server is on. Otherwise, we'll go on the normal one. Okay, so stick around. I just need a bio break. Come back, do a review, coffee, and then we continue. Okay. Since I haven't uninstalled the game, I'm good to the NG chains. No, not really, but we'll take it from the top a little bit, okay? Right. So the Sork and the Bright Wizard together, they just got some quality of life changes. They lost some damage somewhere, they gained somewhere else, they gave them some extra healing to survive this self-damaging mechanism. So I think here we're okay. The only thing I didn't like here was the fact that the root of the Sork is unbreakable, so you can root somebody up to 6 people, I think, with a tactic or whatever, and it can DPS them for the duration without worrying about it. While the Bright Wizard's root gets a dot, but it's breakable and they can keep chasing or whatever. Also, that will provide the Sork with extra survivability because it's not breakable. It can root them, flee, get out of harm's way. The Bright Wizard won't have that effect, and the dot won't be so powerful as to kill somebody, especially if you're trying to get away and they have healers. That dot is useless. Beyond that, this little rework they did here, I think it's fine for the classes. It helps on that. I just want to put a little note. I don't play these classes, so that's what I can see from the patch notes here. Now, going to the Magus. The Magus is buffed again. Okay, they get all the stuff on the turrets and stuff that we get, but they are super buffed again. They get a teleport, a 45 feet range, get them out of harm's way. We need to check if you can go up and down on walls and stuff. They get a morale with a 50% speed buff. They're gaining more mobility through this mechanism, right? Yes, they still have the same 30 feet range from the turrets, but the Magus damage was by default always 25% more than the engineers, so being away from the turrets not gonna hurt them. They still have full spell casting, okay? So for me, the Magus got a huge buff on this, plus the change on the spirit damage and stuff will give them that. Also got some more abilities like Agonizing Torrent that can do it while they're moving and things, so they got a lot of mobility upgrades. For me, that's a buff. They didn't lose anything. Going to the engineer, definitely not super happy as people were telling me about this. What they've done here, it has some positive things, but the engineer has become a turret. Engineer got no mobility upgrades. Engineer right now has to use too many tactics to do anything. They have to use, for example, a tactic to buff 25% the turret. We have to use a tactic to change the corporeal damage on the Binder Blast. So if you do a Tinkerer and you want the turret to be doing more damage close up and your Binder Blast, you just lost 2 tactics. One of the on the classes is the whole cooldown reduction removal from Signal Flare, so you can do the 15% damage on targets. 30 feet to your turrets, you're bound to them. You cannot chase, you cannot retreat, you cannot do anything. It's not like a mobile pet with a like the Squig. They increase the damage to the napalm and snipe, but with the amounts of mitigations existing out there, not sure if this is going to be enough to see significant damage anywhere. There are a couple of nice combos you can possibly do, like, you know, 5-6 snipes in a row with a tactic again. But if you keep adding all these tactics, what tactic you're going to use for damage and survivability? If you're just going to use tactic to convert your damage, tactic to buff your pet, tactic to you know, give more armor to your pet, then what the fuck are you going to do? And the big question is, are those upgrades enough to kill anybody while you're not getting anything yourself for that? So I'm not happy with this overall, because the engineer didn't get, we got some damage upgrade, but we lost any mobility we had. We didn't gain anything like the Magus to move around and stuff like that. Squiggy got a slight nerf on the melee, in my opinion, because the things they lost, they can get in with one tactic, and they got the damage a little bit down, which was needed, like losing auto attack on the pet and some stuff like that. The range Squiggy got buffed again. Like, seriously, this is the most benefited ranged in this patch. Anything it lost, it gains it somewhere else. For me, it's super buff. Like, the range stuff on the Squiggy now is going to be even deadlier. Different playstyle, but deadlier. Shadow Warrior is the one that draw the sword to stick. It got fucked in everything. The melee got fucked. The range got fucked. He cannot burst anymore. It's full of dots and shit. And even the stealth they gave him is a piece of shit. It's totally destroyed. I don't know if people are going to come up with any good builds or whatever, but for me, losing all the burst I had and all this, yes, reduce the damage, whatever, but convert 3/4 of the skills into dots, or they just lost another single target that could burst at least the healers and allow everybody else to kill something. The Shadow Warrior thing has been destroyed completely with this. Same as the Slayer that got destroyed with the rework. Lion, that's a thingy. Witch Elves, they... Witch Elves, the whole 30 seconds and stuff, yes, that's going to be nice. As I said, I'm not sure about this healing thing. Probably is going to affect a lot the tanky builds over there. Maybe also on the Witch Hunters. The RVR stuff that we've seen, yeah, okay, with the Keeplers we're taking too long. The weapons things, 800 new weapons. I'm not sure what's going to happen there. I don't know. 800 weapons. The costs on the armors, there's always a rebalance every now and then. That's fine. We're going to adapt to this. It's not a problem. Scenarios, the new currency, we have to see how many of these new emblems we need to buy weapons. These new 800 weapons, are they going to be good? They're going to be bad? What they're bringing? We don't have details on this. This thing with the potions, I don't know. I don't think it's going to affect the market, but it's still something that needs to be looked at. The weekend Warfront and stuff, I want to see what rewards we get from that. The new scenario changes are good. For the dam, it was a scenario that, you know, people didn't like it too much. The new grind, as they call it, for endgame, yeah, I mean, it gives us something to do. But like I said, we slot 8 talismans, if I remember, to get +1 for 1,000 war crest, 3 champion marks, and 100 gold. I suppose it's a money sink. It's not a bad thing to exist. We'll see about this. But 8 stats is not going to make a big difference. But I suppose if you're proud of your character, you want to be mini-maxing, yes. The speedruns added. I suppose they're required since you're going to need the champions marks. So it's good to be on all dungeons. Also good for those that like to run dungeons. I know there's a lot of people on Destro that done like LV 100 times, 120 times, and they keep going, trying to do better times. They're enjoying it. It's a good dungeon. It's a good dungeon. So that's it. Copra, you say you're laughing. Totally wrong. Shadow War is not destroyed. We'll see. We'll see. I feel that they lost a lot of direct damage to be added onto dots that tick too slowly and stuff like that. They need to be on vengeful mode all the time to do anything of this. They lost the disarm. They got extra positional for that. I don't know. That's how I see it anyways. I could be wrong. My opinion. Also, that's the feeling that I got from everybody else on the chat when we're going through this and their comments. I'll stick to my engineer that I know how to play. I'm not, there are a couple of things like the increase on the keg, the reduction in some of the casting times, but the engineer got tied up more into the turrets, same as the Magus, but at least if something goes wrong, Magus can use the morale to run away, he can teleport. We don't have any of that stuff. We'll see. Well, the Shinobi, as you say, that it will change a lot and maybe it's viable for premates, but it will have to do some niche stuff. I don't know. One thing is for sure that the Shadow Warrior, again, doesn't fit in a warband because you need direct damage and stackable damage. We need more melee on order. And we've seen before, Slayers, people don't play Slayers. People were playing Shadow Warriors. This changing some of the stuff they do as a dotting, and you have to stack the Festering Arrow. You have to protect it so it doesn't get disenchanted or, you know, removed. I think it was an alignment. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, having another dotting class on order is a mistake. At least that's how I see it. I watch our warbands, and we don't have melee to put on the front lines. I don't know where we're going to find them. And I don't know. I mean, I am frustrated with the Slayer. I can't play my Slayer. It just dies so easily. I need to have like 3 healers and a guard and stuff like that. I'm under geared. Yes, I'm leveling. It's frustrating. It just, it just, I don't know. So maybe other people don't play it for that reason. I know people don't like the pet on the lion. So some people don't pick it. Right? So those two classes, you don't see them very much. Maybe they're good. Maybe people don't know how to play them. I don't know. All I know is I don't see as many as I used to. Yeah, I mean, Copra, I don't disagree. Some of the nerfs they got is okay, but the single target thing that they converted some of the stuff into dots, they're losing the burst. And without having slayers to push with direct damage, because it's okay like the engineer to have dots and all that, it gives us time, but we need a front line. Right now, Order doesn't have a front line. That's a big problem, in my opinion. Like, I watched our warbands yesterday, 5 tanks, 4 tanks, 7 tanks. There was no warband out there from all the packs and stuff that had 8 tanks. All right, and you're looking at it was either Shadow Warriors, Witch Hunters, or Lions. They were like one Slayer, and you know what I mean? Like, it's a problem that we don't have. Maybe the organized guilds when they move left and right. But if the rest of us wait for one guild to show up to do some PvP and win some maps, I don't know how much fun people are going to be having with this. It's a bigger picture problem rather than a class problem only. That's how I see it anyways. So some good changes, yes, but the super wow, you're going to love it, be amazed, and everybody's going to play engineer, I don't see it. I don't see it on the. I don't see it on the patch notes. So that's it. Let me have a look to see if the test server is on. So let's see if it's gonna come up. Okay, and I need a cup of coffee. It's been 4 hours. I've been reading stuff. So I don't know. I'm gonna go and make myself a cup of coffee. This is the test server. Let's see if it logs in. I'll be right back. Are we back? I don't know. It seems like it crashed when I went down to make a cup of coffee. I don't know why OBS keeps doing that. I have to investigate somehow. Sorry about that. Let's remove the music. Well, it looks like the test server is not up yet. So I'm gonna load up the normal game so we can go and play a little bit. Because today I was planning to do 40k Warhammer. But they got the patch notes out and I just couldn't resist to not come in and see this, go through this with you. So we just have to see, get it loaded up. Give me a second. So we'll have to wait and see if they're going to make any changes before it goes to live, but I don't think so. Man, every time that I change something, it loads up always Destro. There we go. All right, let's have a look. What's happening in the game here? All right, so we have Prague open, as usual. No one in Prague, and a small group of ordering calendar. Three warbands, 18, 11, and 12. Not even a full warband in Prague. Oh boy. Well, we have to get on the PTR to test them first. But the PTR server is not available yet. What scenario do we have today? All Dwarf Road Passage. 10 scenarios, 5 wins, 150 kills. Yeah, might as well queue up for a bit.
Going somewhere? Remember to write to your
Sorry for the delay. I was just eating something. And OBS decided to crash. Sorry about that as well. I have to have a look why this happens. It's the third time in a row that happens.
Made of granite, stand proud in the gloom. No foe shall breach our great halls in the room. Axes set ready, our banners held high. We guard every stone till
Let's go this way.
mountains run dry.
See if the scenario pops. Warbands are looking for people. They want DPS. No witch hunters. That's on the advertisement. Well, it's kind of quiet here. It's not a bad time to, a bad way to start, I suppose, your PvP, nice and slow. And it looks like people are still Prague. Don't know what's so enticing with Prague, man. Well, Prague Order has 1 and 0 resources. Destra have 0 stars, a little bit of resources. Black Crag 1 star for Destra, Order 0. Kalendor 1 star and some resources for us, 0 for Destra. There's nothing to... I mean, Kalendor is closer to 2 stars. Prague is 1 and 0 resources. No, people just like Prague. I don't know why they like it so much. I never understood it. Hello. How's the shaman? I was kind of saying like, there's no way he's not going down. Something wrong there. Always a healer lurking somewhere. Possibility Nintendo. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. Who's going to be the front lines? I don't know. I mean, I wanna try and see what we can do with the engineer and make it work somehow. But I really think I need to focus a little bit more on some of the other games coming out soon, like Enshrouded or things my 40k gameplay. Not quitting this, but just cut down the hours a bit. It doesn't feel like it's worth it. The bits that is printed on. You know what I mean? Like. I mean, I still have people and friends that we play, so I'll probably be around, but I think I need to focus on my other games to have some fun. This is getting a little bit too frustrating these days. Oh, look who died first, the Slayer. What a surprise. Hey Carrie, how you doing? Our healer is asking the knight to guard swap. Have fun. Yeah, I mean, it took me 4 hours to go through them, but... Not as exciting as some people made it to be. But hey, at least we got the patch notes. That's what we wanted, right? Yeah, truly we were not nerfed, but the changes they're not good enough to match up to what the other classes got and stuff. That dog went down too far.
Under the mountain they'll sit. Echoes of hammers, the memories cling. Shadows of brothers in stone halls rest. Their names like fire
You mean the witch elf changes?
in our chest. The chant, let it soar, let it cry. For the brothers who fell, for the ones who won't die in the storm.
Yeah, they always did. It's not gonna change. Whether it's Order or Destro, they always listen to those people that cry the most.
Gold runs deep, but blood runs truer. No crown, no coin can shine much bluer. In the halls of the lost, where silence comes, we stand as one till the mountain comes. Raise the chant, let it soar, let it cry. For the brothers who fell, for the ones who won't die in the storm. Oh iron, oh stone, oh forge that binds. Keep their courage within our minds. Through the fire, through the frost, through the endless fight. Their spirits walk with us in the endless night.
I love the thing. Go buy your Warlord set now. In 2 weeks before the patch, the price will increase. Witch Hunter, Witch Hunter, Witch Hunter. Squig, 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 squig. Jesus Christ. I mean, people want to level up their squigs, man. Don't blame them. Don't blame them. Still best class to play after Witch Elf.
To the halls of Suffburst might, we bring them cloudless fury to make the darkness bright. My spanner's in my hand, my goggles on my head. I've got a gun for a rat man and a gun for skin dread. I'm no axe wielder, no shield will hold a grand. I'm the engineer, the maker of man in the land. Boom blast, the turret set. The
I mean, you know why I made a Squiggy? You know what I made a Squiggy originally, Bright? Because I was playing my engineer, and I had people on the stream saying how shit the Squiggy is, and they can't get any kills and whatever. So I leveled up my Squiggy, got him to something like 40 something with Vanquisher, and people were saying, "Oh, we can't kill anything. The Squiggy needs a buff, a buff." And I went out to, I remember it was Ray Clan. I got 45 kills in 2 hours, just following Warbands and other people around. That's and then I left the Squiggy. It was fucking too easy. That's how I made the Squiggy, and I made the Witch Elf and the Magus just to do some comparison articles. So I wanted to get like hands-on experience on them, on that on the updates and stuff. That's why I got to have some Destro classes. Oh, there's the Destro blob. It's still going. It's still going. Look at this. You know, I have the stream, so I was kind of like made more characters afterwards for content, you know, show both sides and all that kind of shit. But I like my engineer. That's why I have 4 engineers on this account. And every now and then, you know, you get frustrated, you think the grass is greener on the other side, then you go to the other side and it's kind of the same shit but with easier classes and it's even more boring and stuff. But we do have a Destro stream coming up. As soon as my eye is better and I can focus a little bit better, I promise we'll do a Chopper stream anyways, for fun. Yeah, I just want to be able to see properly, because right now, you know, I can have my eyes closed and play the engineer, but the other classes I need to be more involved, to put it this way. Well, I've said this before, that for me, if we want to have a balanced game, we have to keep the characters the way they are, the icons, the animations and stuff like that, and just take one by one the skills and place them. And when the skill doesn't exist, flip a coin and give it to one or the other side. That's it. Same damage, same skills. No more you have this, I don't have that. No more you class does more damage than mine. You know what I mean? It comes down to the players. I don't think the game will lose its flavor, because the gameplay between the engineer and the magus is exactly the same. The only reason now, from today, the gameplay is different is because it just gave him two, three mobility skills. So they're gonna have a better fun on, you know, like kiteable gameplay. Beyond that, it's the same. Drop the turret, drop the landmine or the demon, dot dot dot, burst, dot dot dot, burst. It doesn't change. Same thing as the knight. It doesn't change to the chosen gameplay. So for me, keep the animation the same, the gear and stuff, and just take skill by skill and fix it. Yep. It's gonna... Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm really thinking that, like, despite all the other comments probably I'm gonna get about this, I think the fact that Rayquatch decided to only come in for 2 hours twice a week and then play Guild Wars 2 was the best thing they ever did. It's I'm sorry, the only answer I can give you, Bright, again, I'm sorry, is Destro buy a server, dude. I mean, the engineer got given something, so we stopped complaining. The Magus got buffed, the Squeaky got buffed, the Shadow Warrior got nerfed. For me, the Shadow Warrior got nerfed. You can, you know, Kroppa is disagreeing with me, that's fine. If we all had the same opinion, it would be a shitty world. It just remains to be seen when the changes come in, how the population is going to react. I think that's the only thing left to do now after seeing the patch notes. More buffs for warband play. No. Nobody needs more than one Magus, and if you're gonna play Magus, you have to have Magnet, same as the engineer, where people tell you, you can come into our warband naked, we just need to have Magnet. That's all we want. We don't care about anything else. We don't care about keg, we don't care about damage, we don't care about AoE, your damage is shit anyways. Bright Wizard is better. We don't care. Just do the magnet and just move on. That's what people want from the engineer. Just the magnet and that's it. They don't want something else. We are a magnet bot. I mean, even the Magus does more damage than us. So. Dawn of War. You got me confused now, Tosh. Oh no, the other one is good. You mean the server? Well, Dawn of War is a 1.8 clone with some bug fixes. Like the classes are exactly the same as the original game, to put it that way. The question is, when is that server coming on? I don't know where the server is coming on. It was meant to come up on this like last September. But they were delayed for some reason. I don't know what's happening with that. Fog of War, they're still coding the core. I haven't checked if they've done any progress on that. Interbellum, they're finishing some scenario and open RVR stuff. Actually, I need to jump in because they fixed the pets, including the turrets, and now I can try the tank build on the engineer. It has an actual tank spec, so I need to go and check that at some point. And see what's up. but none of these servers is officially open, and none of these servers, in my opinion, is gonna have enough people to play with, because what you call it? It's hard to get people to start a new game. I mean, that was the problem with some of the previous servers and Fog of War. The fact that a lot of people went, me, I think Toth went, I'm not sure. What's his name? The Witch Elf? Alec, the streamer, I forgot his name. You know the one I'm talking about. Or like Alec, oh fuck, how's the actual name? I forgot right now. My brain is all mashed up. I'm missing a ring here. This is a temporary replacement, so let's put that one there. And the problem everybody had was the fact that you couldn't play because there's only like 20-30 people. And then we started making appointments for PvP on a Sunday or whatever. That's the problem with the other servers. That they don't have enough people to have, you know, there's 200-300 people that have 20, 30, and even if you're all day there, you still, you know, you don't get a lot of people to play with. So I'm not sure how well that's gonna go when the servers are online. But definitely there is a large amount of people who want to play somewhere, people that are bored of this, people that are looking for something different, people that like the original game, people that got banned. So a lot of times comes down into advertisement, promotion, and how people is gonna find out about those servers to come along and play. Yeah, it probably will break point at some time, at some point, but the when is the unknown. You know, I mean, I didn't like these pats either. Like I said, I think the Magus got buffs. I think the Squeaky got buffs. Sork and Bright Wizard, same shit. Like between them, they're okay. And then the Engineer got something, so it doesn't complain. The Shadow Warrior nerf, Squeak buff. The RVR stuff and the new system with crests and things gonna push people into scenarios. I can see a lot of toxicity building up with scenarios and frustration. So yeah, we'll see. 16, 18, 9. No, not even a full warband, dude. It's fucking ridiculous. Not even a single full warband. And Destro comes in with 3 warbands and we run. Yeah, that's the gameplay right now. Interbellum will never be that. I can tell you that much, so you can scrape that out. Interbellum has its own classes. It has its own classes and its own system. It has nothing to do with our completely. It's a completely different system. It just has the graphics as a base, but Interbellum is a completely different game. I've said some examples before. Shamans have stealth, Sorks have heal, Witch Elves do not have stealth. There is a Slayer tank, a Marauder tank, a Lion tank, an Engineer tank. And the classes are a lot more active and proactive on the skills. Stuff like you get like the Rune Priest, you do Valea spells, which is AoE, you get locked out for 10 seconds, you have to do single target, you get locked out, you wait for it to come back to AoE again. Its mechanics very weird, but interesting, and people won't be very inclined or, you know, very ready to play with that. Hey, Crazy. I just logged in. We have 3 warbands with like 9, 18 and 16 people. That's our warbands. As you can see, Destro has like 2-3 full warbands over there from the looks of things. No, slight AO, getting our asses kicked. Took me 4 hours to do the patch notes. I just thought to go to the test server. That's what I wanted to do. But they've designed it very well, and the test server is not up again. It's not on, so we can't test the new changes. And tell you the truth, I don't think I'm gonna stay much longer with this shit. I'm tired from reading all that for 4 hours. So yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do a warband. I already have a headache and I'm hungry, and I don't know. Patch notes weren't really that great to, you know, inspire me to play more. They were more like, meh. And the fact that I can, now that I've read them for 4 hours, I kind of like digested them, thought about them. The fact that I cannot go test things is annoying to me a lot. Ah, yes, come kill me, yay! Woohoo, yay! Not wasting potions, yay! Yeah, I mean, this is the gameplay now, man. Just gonna outside the war camp, back and forth. Nope, I haven't put it online yet. They released the notes earlier. Max is working on it. I mean, it's Friday, so he was working in the morning, I'm assuming. So yeah, no, we tried what 20 minutes ago, something like that. But yeah. You know what? I'm really tired and I have a headache and I'm hungry. I'm just gonna call it here and go eat something and chill. Anyways, we'll be streaming tomorrow as well. We'll see what we're gonna do. I still want to do 40k tomorrow. I was meant to do it today, but the patch notes just stepped in. We might do test server tomorrow. If it's open, go and try some stuff, have another chat, something like that. So yeah, I'm gonna call it here. 5 hours is enough for me. My eye is hurting, I'm hungry. I'm gonna... Yeah, I'll see, like tomorrow, like I said, I want to do the 40k Warhammer. I want to finish that game, but if the test server is on, I might do this. I might come, we stream tomorrow for sure, but if the test server is on, we might come in and do test server for a little bit. Try out the engineer, you know, stuff like that. Maybe you guys want to log in as well, some Destro, and, you know, see some stuff going on left in there. And if we're done with the testing, you know, after a couple of hours or not, I might do a little tour on Interbellum, which is a different server, just to check it out and see what's up, okay? We'll find something to do. As long as you guys are around, there's always something for us to do on the streams. There's plenty of games to play, not just this one. All we need is you to tune in, and then we'll find something to do to have fun and chat and do stuff. So I'm gonna go. In a little bit, I'll have my 24/7 channel on here on this category. So if you want to support this channel, make sure you go leave a tab open for us. Okay, it helps a lot to maintain this channel. Thanks a lot, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
Hear the engines roar, hear the anvils cry, smoke and fire rise to the cavern sky, through the dust and flame, still we proudly stand, for the mountains heart beats within our and claim the deep, guard the halls our fathers keep, hammer, furnace, mine at all. dwarfdom shall